All right. We are live. Okay, recording is going. We should have audio level. Beautiful. Beautiful. 212 drop frames already. I feel like something's a little screwy. All right, I see myself on Twitch. Hear myself. Yeah, that's too loud. Are we dropping more frames? 377. What? 456 frames. What is going on? What is going on? How are we dropping all these frames? Come on. Dryaksky, what's going on? Good to see you. Yeah, what is going on with all these dropped frames? All right, hopefully that doesn't go up anymore. Great, playing some chess lately. Nice, I like it. Online chess, I assume. All right, well, we are live, and I don't know why we're dropping frames. But nice. So yeah, no, chess kind of like blew up on Twitch. Like over this past year, it seemed like. Which is kind of cool. Kind of cool to see. Not much of a chess player myself. I tend to, I don't really know any strategies from chess. I just kind of played from. We're dropping frames right now. All right, and then this ends up just being more and more delayed. What is going on? We used to never drop frames. So I feel like something's kind of screwy here. And it makes me mad. Yeah, this is crazy. I don't think I changed anything to make us. Anyway. Yeah, M2. Oh, me too. Don't know the openings. Yeah. Like it's for me. I mean, I've always just played more like I take a long time when I play. Like I sit there and kind of like think about every possible move, like just very tactically rather than, like I start a game not really having any sort of like idea of strategy, like I just play and then I try to think like a couple moves ahead, which ends up taking a lot of time because like I've played other people who know something about chess and they don't sit there and take a million years to make a decision. They just kind of go pretty quickly like I'm going to do this. So they have some sort of like strategy in their mind of what they're going to do. Whereas I don't know any. So like for me, it's like I'm trying to think of something, I'm just trying to look for some sort of piece to capture or something. All right. Well, we've dropped 1,000 frames and I'm kind of ticked about that, but yeah, it takes a lot of practice. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, a lot of practice and a lot of just probably reading and understanding strategies too. Kodako. Oh, the new concept art looks cool. Thanks, Kodako. Yes, we're about to get started talking about that. So, yeah, I guess we'll kind of get started here officially now. Kodako, Trioxy here hanging out. Well, first things first. I got a new XLR cable for my mic, a 15-footer. The one I was using before was like 3 feet. That'd be like a little shorter than a meter for Trioxy and Kodako being European. But I got a 15-footer now, so what would that be like? Somewhere probably 5.5 meters. I don't know, something like that. Or wait, 3, 5. Yeah, 5.5 meters, right? Or 3.5 meters. Am I doing my multiplication correct there? 3 feet. Yeah, like 5.5 meters probably. Hang on, let's bring up the calculator. I need to figure this out. We need to convert perfectly here. I'm saying 5.5 meters. It's probably a little less. It's probably like 5.4. All right, where's our unit conversion here? Length. All right, we want feet. 15. Oh, 4.5. Isn't a meter a little bit longer? 15 feet would be 5 yards. Oh, yeah, 5 yards. Yeah, okay, so 4.5 meters. All right. Anyway, I got a new XLR cable. And so now that it's really long, it wraps around my desk the other way because my input is like right here, kind of below my desktop, just right off to my left. So I had to have basically, and I only had like a little short cable. So I had to basically have the microphone stand placed here on the left side of me. And then the boom arm was out over here. And I have like my cup, my what's it called? What is this thing called? My cup thing. I feel like there's something, I feel like, why can't I think of that? What is that called? A meter would be about 3 feet, I would do in my head. Yeah, exactly. I know a meter is like slightly more than a yard. So a yard is 3 feet. That's how I kind of have kept it in my head. But I did it kind of reverse. I did it when I did the calculation. Or coaster. Colin, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Colin. Colin, what's going on? Good to see you. Yes, a coaster. Man, all right. This is not a good start. Not a good start to the day. Yes, so my coaster and everything have been kind of here right to my left. So my microphone stand there and the boom arm kind of came out and you can't really see it, and I don't want to move my webcam to show it because it kind of is hard to set the webcam right in that direct spot. But basically, every time I wanted to get a drink, I'd have to like reach my arm way out, and whenever I'd be taking a drink, I'd usually have my arm way up like this, so I wouldn't have to like move it back, which is kind of a pain. But now, the mic stand is here. The boom arm is coming out over the right, so I'm under it to get to my mouse. I know you can just see like the top of the pop filter, but then the boom arm is like right here. My finger's touching it, so it's literally just out of frame down there. And now I've got about that much distance for my arm underneath the boom arm to hit my mouse and everything. So it's still not a perfect ideal setup, but it's definitely good enough. It's definitely much better now that I can reach my beverages. But anyway, wonder where is the guy who got 50 first time, said he will beat me next game. Next day. Nice. I don't remember who that was, Trioxy, but I do remember somebody saying that, like last stream or 2 streams ago. Jared is left-handed, so he grabs coffee with his left hand. Oh, thanks for clarifying, BetKitty. Yes, I'm left-handed, so that's why. Coffee and water. I'm out of coffee, actually. Yeah, there's just some dregs in here. And it's cold. It's lukewarm. Trioxki's left-handed too. Do you use the mouse left-handed, Trioxki? Is that your secret? Because I guess you talked about using a pen and tablet for Asu. And I guess you'd be using that left-handed, like I would. When I use the pen and tablet, obviously, because I write left-handed. But I use a mouse right-handed, so I don't know if that really. But I know I know right-handed people that use mouse left-handed too, and weird stuff like that. But anyway, yeah, today Trax, you know I'm right-handed. I meant, yeah, me too. That I don't remember the guy. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I thought we were onto your strategy, Trioxki, of how you played the game. We've been dropping more frames, and I feel like that just adds more stream delay because then it just sits there and waits or like resends frames or whatever. So I don't know if maybe the chat, maybe you guys are getting delayed with the video. I hope not. Because now we're up to 2,700 dropped frames. Or 2,500, 2,600 drop frames. I really want to know why we all of a sudden started getting drop frames the other day, because I'm pretty sure we never would get dropped frames, ever. Yeah, anyway, so yes, as you can see here, I know I said I didn't want to do any like design kind of stuff on stream. I usually don't like doing that, like trying to make, I mean, within reason, because I don't like too much. When I'm working on this stuff, sometimes I don't like too much crazy feedback. And everybody usually will have some sort of opinion on this. But yeah, I started working on just a little kind of, yeah, obviously I drew like a pencil on pencil. I took a photo of my on paper drawing. And I've been obviously this is the main menu layout, which currently obviously looks like this. So we've got, Populus text. Let me square this up. Well, I don't want the exact same size. Actually, maybe we do want the exact same size. Let's bring this up to like the exact same relative proportions here, just to see what we're dealing with, so we can see them side by side. All right, I like that. Actually, let's do it with the live site. There we go. Okay. So, yeah, I wanted. So first off, at the end of the last stream, we still didn't quite finish everything we were doing, but since then I started thinking about the main menu layout, and Bekitty was helping me with colors a little bit. Bekitty's my wife, so that's Bekitty in the chat. So she was kind of helping me with colors a little bit, and I just kind of drew a couple little things of layouts of like just kind of this is kind of my gut instinct of what I wanted the menu to look like. And I kind of like this. Like obviously proportions and everything are not exactly perfect because it's just a pencil by hand, but nonetheless, and it actually, for the most part, I mean, maybe it's just because I've stared at this main menu long enough, like this is just I wasn't even looking at the Populus main menu, but these proportions aren't too far off. Like the play button is relatively the same size. So I kind of like that. So I'm already thinking like we probably keep this size, the current size of this button. We just need to shift everything else around. And even the tutorial button, not too bad. Like if this would be the tutorial button, and then basically we just need to add a third button. That would be the practice button. And we're going to do colors. We're going to do new colors. So I just threw down some kind of rough colors for right now. Obviously the blue and the red are the same. I copied those, but then I already had these purple and pink. So we probably won't even do that. We'll come up with some black ones, and I'm going to try to come up with some better colors that I want. But Blue, what's going on? Left-handed programmers rise up. Lefties. I don't know if I'm a true lefty, though. I like that, but I don't know if I'm a true lefty. I guess that means you're lefty, Blue. Kodako, I like the pencil feeling as well. IDK, if you want that as well, though. I do actually like that, Kodako. I do like the pencil. I do like pencil-y graphics, hand-drawn graphics. And that would be cool, but that would be a lot of work right now. Yeah, because actually I accidentally, funnily enough, I was on the wrong layer here. So I'm on my hand-drawn layer, and I accidentally filled this layer in. And I was like, oh, that looks kind of sweet. Like, I filled in like the blank, and obviously whatever the algorithm does finds colors that are similar enough to fill. And then like there's like little scratches of, I don't know what this is. This might actually be folds in the paper, but I was like, oh, that looks kind of cool. It'd be cool to have some sort of scratchy hand-drawn graphics at some point, but whoops, I don't actually want to keep that. Okay, there we go. All right. If you actually included the scribbled feeling, looks good. Yeah, I definitely, like I said, I definitely do. It would be cool to have something like that, but actually, is that the? I've got the original right. Oh yeah, that is pencil. Okay, yeah, these lines are pencil right here. Yes. Blue, it's okay. Well, except he's a lefty. Hey, thanks. Yeah, like I'm actually, so I write left-handed, but I throw right-handed. So like I played baseball, so I always had a righty's glove because I would throw right-handed. I play guitar right-handed. I bat left-handed, bat and golf left-handed. I kick right-footed. So I'm like this weird combo. But I think writing is the main one, though. Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. Like that's kind of, because there's definitely nobody that like does writing left-handed, and then yeah, I can write right-handed reasonably well, though. My mom was asking me about that because she was like, I want to see you write right-handed, and then she wrote left-handed because she's right-handed, and my right-handed writing was way better than her left-handed writing. Her left-handed writing, she has really good penmanship with the right hand, but her left-handed, looked like she was in kindergarten kind of thing. Whereas my left and right-handed actually weren't too different. Anyway, don't need to talk too much about handedness right now. Skididdy, what's going on? Good to see you, Skididdy. Snake Man. Man, everybody's rolling in all at once here. I like it. I like it. I could use more coffee, but I like it. Yes. So, yes, obviously it would be cool to have some sort of pencil graphics, but sorry to disappoint for right now. But we won't be having anything like that currently at the moment. So yeah, so the pencil drawing, for anyone just dropping in, we need to redesign our main menu, right? This is our current main menu. I'm actually on populus.gg live right now. And more or less, actually, when I lined up the proportions here, I kind of nailed my pencil drawing sizes more or less, which is pretty good. And I like kind of having these side by side. So like some of the obvious things are like, you know, the Populus print is probably should be a little bigger, and then would then in turn be like more to the left. But the play button size, I'm all right. The play button size, I think, is spot on with the drawing. Like, you know, that's pretty good. The tutorial button size, I also think, is pretty spot on. So that's going to be that button here. And then this will be like the practice button. So that will be somewhere in the middle, I guess, between these two, size-wise. And the way, so basically the way this is working right now is this stuff's centered up based upon like the X position of, you know, basically I calculate like a kind of a bounding box around all of these elements. So to do that, it's not a literal bounding box thing. It's just kind of calculating what would be like the tallest, the you know, what's the height of that? What's the width of that? And to get that in the first place, I have to have like some relative sizes of these things relative to like the height of the screen. So we have like the radius, or the radii of these as some sort of percentage to the height of the screen. We've got, and from there, and then we've got like some white space numbers that are kind of the same thing. Like there's a certain amount of white space between this and this based upon the height of the, you know, as a ratio of the height of the screen. And then from there, with those, we can calculate like the width, what the width in pixels would be, and what the height in pixels would be from like the start of this to the top of this, to the left of this, to the bottom of the tutorial button. Just kind of like a little box around that. So from there, then we can calculate that box, and then we can center up everything within that box space. Stream is lagging sometimes. Is it because of your drop frames? Stream is smooth. It's just buffering sometimes. All right. Yeah, we just dropped. No, actually, we haven't dropped frames since I last looked. Kodaco. So, I don't know. Well, yeah, let me know. Let me know if it keeps happening. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. All of a sudden the other day, I think maybe last Monday, OBS, Streamlabs OBS crashed. Well, it didn't like crash, it like reset everything. So like the window didn't like go down and come back. Like the stream kept going, but like I lost all of my layout. For those of you who've used Streamlabs OBS, you know, you've got like your screen and you can see the chat and everything. I mean, you can have it customized to whatever you want, but like it looked like it was like loading up again from scratch. Like it kind of looked like it rebooted itself, restarted the app itself, but my stream kept going. Like, so when it came back, my stream was still going. And then, so I'd never seen that before. And then obviously we dropped a bunch of frames. Well, then like our drop frame count just kept going up. And I was like, all right, I'm just going to end the stream and like close OBS completely to desktop, relaunch it, and then start the stream again. So we did that. And that seemed to make it better, but now since then, we've been like dropping frames, and I don't recall ever dropping frames ever in the past. So it's almost like something's weird with Streamlabs. All right, sorry, my phone keeps ringing here. So anyway, I don't want to, unless something gets really bad. Yeah, let's, in fact, let me refresh this, see how delayed it is. Hello. All right. Blue, I love how your exact pencil in your tools section. I love how you have your exact pencil in your tools section. In GIMP here? I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. 10 out of 10. Yeah, I don't know exactly what you're talking about, Blue Exabyte. Sorry. No, in your stuff below your stream. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, no, I don't have one down here. Oh, yeah, I do. All right. Oh, yeah, I do have one right here. I just had it. Yeah. I'm a huge fan of the Papermate Sharp Writer. So that's, I don't know, you know, people want to know everything. People want to know everything that you use, you know? Yeah, so I thought, yeah, you know, why not throw it in the, you know, this is mechanical pencils and you twist. Is that going to focus, you know? Whoops. So whenever well, it's not even, am I twisting the wrong way? Can't tell, I'm doing it backwards. Well, this one might be out. Okay, never mind. It's a terrible pencil. Oh, there we go. All right. Anyway. Understandable. Yeah, so actually that's what this was drawn with. Papermate Sharp Writer. So, yeah, I don't know. I've always just liked mechanical pencils just because you never have to sharpen them and deal with that and whatever. But, you know, I'd rather use, I like having an eraser, but I'd way rather use a mechanical than like I already have really fat, chunky handwriting as it is and sloppy. So like when you use just a normal, when you use just a normal pencil and you already kind of just have this sloppy, chunky handwriting, like it just ends up being way nastier. So like just having a mechanical pencil just gives me sharpness, even though I have, you know, pretty awful scribbly handwriting as it is. So Blue, yeah, I prefer mechanical as well. Yes, yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, for actual anything like writing wise, yeah, I love using mechanical. But obviously I have pretty awful handwriting, as you can see with like the Populus logo. Actually, it's yeah. Anyway. So I started saying this before. We ended the last stream with working on, like, we were looking at the PM2 Node.js package, because that's how we're going to be running our server. We're going to be running the WebSocket server with PM2, which is cool. And we've discovered a lot of cool things about it. And I was starting to kind of clean up like the logging things that I want to do, because I still want to kind of log a few things on the server side just to see like when a player connects and whatever. And we started cleaning all that up. One of those things was just putting timestamps with every log. So it's printing. So I switched over to my window here, and I know that's kind of hard probably to see on stream because the font's really small. But when a player connects or whatever, we're logging a UTC 0 timestamp there, which is really nice. Trash Dev. What's going on, Trash Dev? Good to see you. Water went down slow on that last sip. So yeah, so that's what we started doing, or we kind of did a little bit of that at the end of last stream, and that's where we ended off last stream. And I want to continue that, but the other day I just was like, all right, I should try to come up with a main menu layout. So obviously I did my pencil scribbling, and I like this layout for the most part. And we have our current live one there for reference right now. And so I kind of want to just do this because I was like, I didn't want to do like the design stuff on stream because for one, I don't know. I just don't like doing that too much on stream. It's just kind of boring and not, I can just do it on my own, scribble with a pencil somewhere. I don't have to be down in my creepy basement. So for the most part, proportions wise, everything looks pretty good comparing our little scribbling to this. So like I was saying before, I don't think we need to change the size of our play button. Like I kind of like this, I don't think the tutorial button needs to change. That'll be this one. We're going to have a practice button that'll be like that. And maybe this font size could come up a little bit. And this is not quite dead center. And when I put this, so basically I drew, on top of this, I drew just some rough, like, what is this layer supposed to be? Let's just delete it. So I did the Arial font. I just did an Arial, Populus font on top of the text, just kind of lined it up how I had it. And then just threw our little red circle on top of the O. And that's looking pretty good. And then I just threw this is the actual blue. Let's pull this up side by side because I haven't really done that yet. Yeah, so doing it this way, we can really tell the Populus font is scaled up quite a bit there, relative window size. And obviously we can tell that this is not quite center at all. Like when you do this, you can just instantly tell like, oh, it's not really centered. With the pencil markings, it just becomes quite less clear, That's why I like drawing things with pencil, because you can kind of be, if I've ever tried to do like lining up things in GIMP, it ends up being just way harder because I can't just like quickly test an idea out because I immediately see the imperfections. Like I immediately tell, oh, this is not centered, and then it just looks bad from all angles. But when you do it with pencil, when you just do like a pencil scratch, like it just looks good because you give yourself like all this extra room for error by like scribbling. Like what is the actual radius of this circle supposed to be? I don't know, like there's like 6 lines of the circle here because I just scribbled this thing on. So like you can you give yourself all this extra room for error in the design sense, and that just makes it nice, to be able to eyeball things rather than if you just drew circles and stuff in GIMP and then you immediately notice like the imperfections. And like seeing this too, like this, I can already tell the exact positions of these is not what we want. What else was I gonna say? Yeah, and the colors, I don't know. We'll figure out some better colors. I still think I'm gonna keep, the red O for Populus and the blue play button. But then, it'd be nice to kind of come up with some different colors. I don't know what we'll do for right now. These were just colors that were in my color box from something else in GIMP. So we'll come up with some other colors, I guess. Something that looks pretty good. I was thinking of maybe like a purple and then maybe like some sort of orange that's kind of offsets with that a little bit. So like these would kind of be a little, I don't know. Not to get all designy when we're supposed to be programming, but I got to do it. Anyway, so for the most part, I'm pretty happy about this layout because I was actually trying something really similar. Just in, like I was saying, just in plain GIMP, like I would just draw a circle in GIMP and then fill it in with the color and then line it up. And I just wasn't getting anything that looked, it didn't feel right. But now this kind of feels a little more right. So, you know, and 3 bubbles here for the menu is just much, much better now, I think, than even this, because this is just 2. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to keep this window the same size for reference to kind of refer back to our screen here. But, yeah, I'm trying to think of where to start. I guess we'll have to look at the code and see how we're doing this, because if I recall correctly, the code for this is kind of messy. So again, as I was saying, I'd like to kind of detour with what we were doing, what we ended with last week, because we're still kind of in the middle of cleaning up the server to be ready for our live multiplayer version. We're getting really close now. We're getting very close. What is Trello going to look like this? All right. Trello's a mess, but we got a couple more things on the to-do list to check out before we go live. But the multiplayer menu is pretty important. Like, just having that laid out is pretty important. So I'm in the mood to tackle it. So let's do it. But first, I'm gonna take a break. Blue Exabyte. Wait, Kodako, were you the one who made the coding type racer game? Yes, he is. He is Blue Exabyte. Yeah, everyone should check it out. I'm gonna post it in the chat there. Yes, there's Kodako's game, and Kodako streams too when he works on the game. I mean, to the best of my knowledge, I don't want to speak exactly for him there, but I actually haven't caught a Kodako stream yet myself. I have not actually caught one. Or a Neris stream. Neris, what's going on? I haven't seen a Neris stream either, I'm pretty sure. I need to be on Twitch more. But I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. We'll be right back. You guys know. You guys know the drill. Be right back. Exclamation point. Zoom in to 500%. Notepad. Notepad zoom. Who would have thought? Beautiful feature. All right. We'll be right back. 2 seconds. All right, we are back. Neris got me covered. Blue, it was a lot of fun. Realized how slow I actually type code. Yes, same here. I was enjoying Kodako's game for sure, and yes, I realized how slow, especially capital letters and everything, because a lot of like those React source files were like a bunch of constants in all caps and everything, constant variables all in caps. And yeah. And I don't do the thing correctly anymore where you're supposed to like switch which shift you're holding down for caps based upon which hand is doing the actual letter typing. Like if you're typing the letter with if the letter you're trying to type is with your left hand, your right hand is supposed to be holding the shift and vice versa. But I never do that. I just like hold one shift key down the whole time. Maybe that's a bad habit. I don't know. All right. So let's look at, I'm looking at the WebSockets wrapper file. That is not where I want to be. All right, so we want to look at the main menu file, which right now I just call menu, menu.js. So I kind of want to do two things here. I want to fix that, our resizing. Yes, we can totally do that. So there's some extra cleanup we can do here. So we've got a static create method. So I'm in my menu.js file here, menu.js. And basically it's just a class that gets exported out of the file, and it's just a menu. And for any entities that have a significant amount of setup, basically I have a static create method that I attach to it. And basically that's just, you call that whenever you want to instantiate one of a menu, basically. And then at the very end of that method, it'll actually do the instantiation of the menu, initialize it, whatever, then return it. So the static create method is, it's just a place to have like all the setup code, and then that needs to run, and I can just kind of organize it, keep it in that file. So it's kind of out of the way, rather than creating a separate file or having it somewhere else or whatever. I just thought this kind of made sense. It doesn't necessarily have to be a static method. It could just be a function like create menu. But, you know, if you're instantiating one, then you can kind of, it's kind of nice because I can just come into, I can just type menu like the class and then call create when I actually want to, you know, so I can have const menu equals menu.create, you know. So that's kind of what it enables, which is nice. Neris, I've never learned proper typing methods, just self-taught blind typing. Wow. But that was enough for me so far. It takes much more time to think when I have to type. Yeah, yeah, I think I did like Mavis Beacon in school, in middle school. That would be like grade 6. For those of you not in America. And it was probably maybe a couple years of that. So I guess I learned proper typing that way. But I definitely don't do proper typing things all the time. Like I think for X, aren't you, if you type an X, aren't you supposed to do middle finger? But I do ring finger. I don't know. Neilman12 is now following Neilman. Thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really do. Thanks for hanging out. Wait a minute here. There we go. Okay. All right, so we've got kind of, obviously we want to refactor our main menu. We need to add the new button and everything. And it's not going to be just as simple as just adding a new button, because all of these positions and everything are kind of relative. Where's our current? Oh, here we go. So all of these like positions and slight things are all relative to one another. So we have to change all of that, and like the tutorial thing, that's going to get moved, and we're going to add a new button. So it's going to be kind of a mess. It's going to take longer than it should, to be honest. That's just kind of how things go with laying out things 2D here. 2D laying out of things. But then the one thing that I do want to get rid of is, and we started doing this for like our stats screen and our whatever the finding match screen is. What those do now is basically they have a function here. They listen to our window resized event in our game. in the game engine. And then whenever that window resized event fires, it runs all this code to recalculate everything. So it recalculates all the positions of everything, positions and sizes based upon the new size of the screen. And this code here, we should actually, what I want to do is kind of bottle this code up into a function that would then get, just a function that would get set up, created, a function that would get declared in our static create method. And then we just pass that function in through the constructor of our menu. So then we'd have like a resize, on window resize function. And then we just use that. Because basically I have a bunch of duplicate code right now, because all of this stuff that goes, all of this logic that goes into actually resizing the window is all duplicated down in here in our actual initial creation of the component of the button objects and everything. So I've kind of come up with this like little new pattern of how I like to do things here in this create method for these kind of screen objects or objects that are on screen. And the first thing would be like create, I'm going to do just kind of pseudocode comments here. Create text, create drawables, we'll say drawables. So a drawable is something like text or like a button or whatever. And then create function with sizing and positioning stuff. And then basically return this stuff. So, well, it's not stuff. It would be we return the one menu object. But basically, I kind of have these nice like individual steps, these like kind of 3 steps that I do. And if we pull up the stat screen object, we can kind of see that. Neris, whoa, new menu screen. Yes, that's what we're working on right now. So like I have GIMP here with my hand-drawn pencil version, and I kind of threw some circles and text on top just to kind of get a better feel. And then I've got the actual populus.gg live one right here scaled to kind of match that screen size more or less. So we can get we get a feel for the proportions and whatever. And so we can kind of see like, I'd like, maybe to scale the font up a little bit for the Populus text. And I think this button could probably stay the same size. The tutorial button could probably stay the same size. Obviously positions of stuff's going to get slid around a little bit, and we need to create a new button that's going to be practice. So like currently the play button is the practice, the single player practice. But the play is going to be the one-on-one. So that's going to be the one-on-one multiplayer. And then there's going to be a practice button that's going to be the single player. What we have currently as single player. So I know that'll be a little confusing for people who have already played, but, well, maybe not. Maybe not. So, yeah. So I wanted to look at our stat screen object here, because I want to just kind of get a better idea of what we're doing for that. So yeah, so we have kind of the same thing. This one's kind of let's look at a smaller one. The stat screen's a little too big. Where is our finding match weight screen? That's the one. All right, this one is much smaller for the most part. Yeah, so we've got kind of our 3 chunks, our 3 logical chunks. So here's where we actually instantiate each of the visual objects on the screen. So we have the message text. So this is our finding match screen, which if I do that and we do this, that's this screen here. So the finding opponent, practice while you wait, and then a button, right? So this is, oh, and the loading icon. So this is like 4 different things. The text, this little loading icon object, this text, and then this button. And really a button is a circle and text. And this loading icon is 3 circles that are just animating, but who's counting? Who's keeping track? There are effectually 4 different, at least as far as the match weight screen is concerned, the match weight screen object is concerned, the object that encompasses this whole thing. As far as that's concerned, there's just 4 things that it instantiates. So the first thing is we just instantiate our text, our loading icon, that subtext, and then the practice button. The blue button with the arrow, that is. Then we have this, we create this function called onWindowResize. Oh, so basically when we set up the positions and sizes for everything in the constructors of all these objects, we just do everything at 0. So the text font size for our message text font size is 0. The position is 0, x is 0, y. Same thing for all these. So they all just initialize to 0. The color actually gets set to the real color, but that's kind of separate. But basically sizes and positions change. Anything that would change on a window upon the window resizing, those get just set to 0 initially. So we instantiate all of those objects. Then we create this function called onWindowResize, which actually contains all of the logic to properly size and position everything. And then we run that, we call that a function after immediately creating it. So we have onWindowResize, do all that stuff, actually run it down here. So then that sets up all the sizes and positions initially, which is great. And now this function onWindowResize can actually be rerun every window onWindowResize that happens, and everything will come out properly, right? So then we call the init method on all of the individual items. The loading icon's not included in that because the loading icon.create does that, whatever. That's details, we don't really care about that. .init is basically a method that's on every entity that lets it start listening to events, in-game events, and start drawing on the screen and all this stuff. Not that big a deal, but that's part of the step. And then we actually have the final step where we're creating our match weight screen object, setting everything up, and we pass the onWindowResize function in the constructor of that object. And then we return it to whoever's calling it. And this onWindowResize is then actually what's going to be called up here. So in our constructor, we have onWindowResize come in, and then we set that as the listener to the game event window resized. So then every time the window resizes, this code that was set up down here in this static method resizes everything. So it's not, in this case, we're not accessing any like actual members. This function is not actually using the member, like technically message text, loading icon, subtext, practice button. These are all members of our match weight screen object, but we're creating this function. We're creating this function that will run before we've even instantiated our match weight screen. So none of these things are actually members of the match weight screen yet, but they kind of are. They kind of will be. And that's just kind of JavaScript closures that let us kind of do that. So anyway. So we want to kind of follow the same, we kind of need to refactor our menu code to follow this same pattern is what I want to do. So we have to do it kind of carefully, unfortunately. Actually, it shouldn't be terrible. Because I might even be able to just do, actually, you know what? We might be able to get, what is our current git status right now? I should have done git status. Okay, so we've changed menu.js, and I think that was, let's just do a git reset hard. Okay, I think all I changed was git status. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna, okay, we're on a nice clean, we did a commit at the end of the stream last time, whatever. Probably not on the stream. I usually do the commits off stream, just because it's kind of boring. You know what? I just realized I forgot to throw a little message out on Discord, so I'll just do that right now. we've already got people here that probably are on Discord, but whatever. Nonetheless, okay, get rid of that embed. There we go. All right. We're back. Okay, good. We haven't had any drop frames in a while since whatever happened back then, so I don't know what the deal is with our dropped frames, but okay, so before we even get to any design-ish things, I'd like to at least start with the code kind of in the correct places that we need it to be, because right now it's kind of a mess. Not a mess, but we want it to be. We want to get rid of like all this duplicate code that we're doing, so we should be able to do all of that. Kind of what I think we could do is probably copy this code that's in our, we could probably make this method, we could probably copy and paste this down and then just change some of these things, because like this isn't a thing anymore. It would just be, I guess it would just be title button. It would be get rid of the this dot on all that. And I think, what is title? Wait a minute. Title. Oh, I did that. Okay. So through closures we're safe, but I kind of did something bad there. Yes, because this is in the constructor that this is getting set, so I got saved here by doing that. But otherwise, when I was talking about title later, I was using this dot title. And here we're just talking about title. So I was going to say something should have been broken if that wasn't working, but that is working. We'd have an error, because we'd have an exception, because it would be like cannot read pose of undefined or whatever. All right, so anyway, we'll get rid of that. So I think we can basically copy this. I'm going to cut it, actually. We're going to cut it straight out here. And we're going to move it down to, I guess let's move it down to below all the buttons. Yes, we're going to move it down here. And we're going to call this const on window resize equals that. Throw a semicolon on the end there. And then, okay, yes. Oh, and the quit button doesn't, okay, yeah. The quit button doesn't resize, so that is fine. Nearest, you're bothering with the resizing so much, I would just recreate the whole UI on the resize event. Actually, we could do that, but basically the way I am doing it, so I did it kind of nasty originally, and now I have a much cleaner way to do it. So, like, I was showing here the match weight screen. So this is so much better now, where here's the actual like creation of the objects. So like this thing happens here. So I kind of have like, this is step one. So when you actually create the thing, you do this. Then now I wrap all of the resize logic, the sizing logic, into a function, and then pass that. So I mean, what you say technically would probably just be just fine too, but I kind of clean it up to some extent too. With this, and doing something like you're saying, I would have to kind of refactor some stuff up, and that would be quite a bit of extra stuff to do at this point. So, all right, where is our menu? Okay, menu, we're in the right spot. All right, so now I've got all these variables, and these more or less should be the exact same as what's in here. The only thing is we just need to get rid of, Okay, so I think all these variables are the same, so we can get rid of this dot, this dot, this dot, this dot. And let's just, okay, play button, title, tutorial button. Beautiful. And then the quit button is kind of separate. The quit button is maybe a dumb thing I did, but the quit button is also part of the main menu object, but it's the in-game menu. So hence the reason why this is called menu.js instead of main menu.js. Anyway, I don't want to think about that right now. It works just fine as it is, but we might change that at some point. So we want to, okay, so this is pretty good. Let's do, actually, might as well do this while I'm thinking of it because I'm going to forget. Let's pass this to the constructor. So on window resize, that method, that function, I mean, is now getting passed to our menu constructor. And then I can take that in here on window resize up here. And then we can just set that directly to, just kind of slip that in as the listener for the window resized event. So now that should be working. So let's do, well, okay, so we need to, I'm just going to straight up, that's why I made sure we were on a clean Git branch, because I'm just going to straight up go and delete a bunch of stuff, clean a bunch of stuff out, and we'll assume that everything is good. We'll hope that everything is good. So I'm going to blow out all of that resizing code there. This is already at 0, so that's good. This, we can just set this font size to 0. Just going to 0 everything out here. Position X, Y, those are going to be 0. Let's move these all just onto one line, I guess. So this will be a zilch. This will be a zippo. This will be a, well, not a 0 because it wasn't a 0. This will be a I couldn't think of another name for 0. Goose egg. That'll be a, let's delete all of that. Oops, I deleted the comma. Whoa. Okay, there we go. Okay. 0. Beautiful. All right, so everything should be zeros so far. Another 0. Another 0. Let's put these on one line. They were only on separate lines just because the calculations were very big originally. Okay, 0. Ooh, these ones are already on one line. 0, 0. Can you guess what this one will be? 0. Ooh, font size. Wait a minute. Okay, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Text, blah, 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 blah. Oh, here we're overriding. Okay, so we'll do text font size 0. Sweet. Okay. And then in theory, this should be fine too, because this is already, yeah, all these variables should be renamed or should be named the same properly, everything. These are all variables that get declared right here. That should be good. That should be good. Okay. I think we're good, actually. In theory. In theory. We should be in the right spot. So let's do, okay, so our app's already restarted, right? There we go. It's actually nice having the little timestamp now on there. What am I doing? Let's go to this one. Refresh. Okay, something broke. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, we didn't call it the first time, but it works. It works. The only thing we missed is calling that function the first time. So when you actually instantiate it, we didn't actually, everything's at 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 right now still, because we didn't actually call the on window resize function here. So on window resize, there we go. That calls it the first time. Boom. Main menu, everything's good, resizes and everything beautifully. And now we've got a much nicer way to go forward with adding in our new buttons and everything. It's still going to be kind of annoying, but at least now the logic is not all screwy because I just have like these nice logical chunks. Like I know all of my resizing logic or sizing logic needs to happen right in this little function here. So obviously there's already a lot of like variables and everything, and a lot of these things are going to change now. But we've at least given ourselves kind of a clean little slate to go along with that. So actually, now that we know it works, let's do a little git commit. How about that? We're going to do a git status. Just make sure. Okay, git add git commit -am. Pretty sure A is the M. I just haven't. Pretty sure A is the add that we just did the step before, but it's doing an add right before the commit. Anyway, we're just going to call this refactored menu.js to use new resizing, window resizing method. Whoa. Okay, so now I'm going to give myself just another little clean slate with the git commit. So now if we break something really bad and we don't want to go back and undo it, we can do the git reset hard to put us back where we need to be. So let's trash that terminal. Oh, I'm going to move this out of the way of the chat. How about that? There we go. Okay. So now, where do we actually start with this? I guess I should probably open up my, let's open up the config, our master config file. So I want to look at the variables that we have for the main menu. So, oh my goodness, there's a lot of them. Way too many. Okay, so what do we have? We've got title button font ratio, title button that we're using, or title font ratio. That's what we're using. So that's a pretty straightforward one. That's the size of the font of the title text relative to the rest of everything. So actually, menu title. Ooh, and we're using that title button. Oh, that's sweet. Okay. All right. So let's actually. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bump this up right now. And then we can look at, well, actually, let's try this. Let's try this right now. Let's see if we can just figure out what it needs to be exactly. How tall is a font? How do you measure actually like a font size? Like if, actually, let's try it this way. Let's try it this way. So we're going to open up our little guy here. We're going to go to the, okay, so I'm on, this is live populus.gg. And this is my dev version here. We can see we got these nasty debug messages here, which I should at least get rid of this mouse updates per frame message. We don't really need that. Yeah, because I forget how to actually measure a font size, or how exactly the font height is measured, because like the font size is the height of the font in pixels, but there's like a certain little smidge of, there's like a little bit of error in there, but a little bit of wiggle room, but I want to at least know I'm in the right ballpark. So let's console log, or I'm going to open up, let's open up that. We're going to do, let's line this up again here. So we're going to go like that. Yeah, beautiful. Look at that. Wow. All right, so I'm going to print in the console. I'm going to print our font size. So we're going to CLG right here. We're going to CLG title font size. Look at that. Isn't that? There we go. Okay, so we're at 58.94 pixels font size there. Okay, so that's the font size of this. So what I want to do is I want to kind of reverse, I want to screen grab this, I guess. I'm going to screen grab this. We're going to throw it in GIMP. Hey, you know what? Am I at 100? Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, okay, hang on. This isn't going to work. Because we're at 200%. All right, I screwed this up. We're at 200% zoom in GIMP right now. So that is going to mess us up. I'm going to do a new. I need just. Is there a way to like file new? Can I like new from clipboard or something? Because you can like, if you've got an image file on disk, obviously with the context menu, you can go in and open that image with GIMP, edit with GIMP or whatever. And if you're blank, if you've got a blank, if I had GIMP open with no tabs open, I could paste an image and it would create a new canvas for you, and it would create like a new, it'd be like a file new with the default image size set to whatever you did. But that's landscape. Template? No. Toilet paper. What? They have a toilet paper template size in GIMP. Do people print on toilet paper? I guess. I mean, you can print on anything, all right? And toilet paper is, oh, that's just pixels per inch. All right, so, all right. What I want to do is, actually, wait a minute. Maybe I don't care. Maybe I don't really care about this because it's the relative proportions that matter. Yeah, it's the relative proportions that matter. So actually, I don't care that this is zoomed in 200%. I don't care. Okay, so let's just actually screen grab this, right? Because everything is proportion-wise is about what we want. So let's. All right, it's saved to my clipboard, so I can file new, and let's just do a 1080. Let's just do a 1920 by 1080, and then we're gonna paste. Beautiful, and I don't really care about, why is the background blue like that? I guess it's just filling the background color with whatever that's kind of dumb. Why do they do that? That's something new with GIMP 2.10 or something. All right, oh, we gotta go to new layer. Ooh, first time I've ever noticed. Create a new layer and add it. Nice. Oh, nice. Okay, I like that. Never noticed that before. I've always gone over here, right-clicked, and then did to new layer. Anyway, only those of you who use GIMP probably know what I'm talking about there. I should add GIMP to my tools in my Twitch About Me section, shouldn't I? I use GIMP a lot. I love GIMP. Because I remember the first time I used Photoshop was in like design class in school, in high school, design, art class, whatever. It was the first time I used Photoshop, and it was like CS3, I think. At the time, CS5 was just coming out, so this was this was a while ago. I remember we just had old licenses for Adobe CS5. Oh, what in the world? Oh yeah, I can't do that. All right, so we need to just, so anyway, I found GIMP later because I was like, there's got to be just like a free Photoshop tool, because like I really liked Photoshop. But obviously I didn't, I wasn't going to pirate Photoshop. I mean, come on. Oh boy, actually we're a little bit in trouble here. Oh no, wait, we're not. All right, so, well, anyway, that's how I found GIMP, because I was like, there's got to be a nice, like, open source, free, whatever, however many years ago it was that I found it. That's how I stumbled upon GIMP, I should say. Okay, so all right, so we still got that 58.9 there. I want to take. I can never remember if is the font size like that. Let's just take from the L to the P there, top of the L to the bottom of the P. Let's just see what that comes out to being. I'm pretty sure this is wrong, but I'm pretty sure the font size is more like this to this or something, but it's probably like an extra pixel or wiggle room or whatever in there. But let's just try this and see what happens. All right, so what is the height of this box that I'm using? It is 54 pixels tall. And, okay, so let's open up a calc. 54. I can't, how do I get rid of keep at top? I don't want that. I don't want the history in the memory window open. I really don't care. Oh, was that all it was? Was I just had to minimize it? I guess that was all it was. All right. Fair enough. All right, so how many pixels are we at here? What did we say? 54? 54 pixels tall. So we're going to have 54, and we're going to divide that by something. So we're going to draw a box from the top. We're just going to get the height of the window because everything is scaled off the height of the window, which I believe to be actually a bad way to do it, but that's how we're doing it. All right, so we got one more pixel there. So what is our height now? It is 393. So we're going to divide 54 by 393. That's going to give us 0.137, and we're going to see if that matches what we already have here on the file. So menu, title, font ratio. Okay, 0.15. All right, so I was wrong. Wait a minute. 0.137. 0.15, that would be bigger. Cactus Man, what's going on? Good to see you, Cactus Man. When I do stuff like that, I usually set the mock image as a background image in the app and then play around with the coordinates in DevTools. I usually set the mock image as the background image. Oh, in the app that you're building. Oh, gotcha. And then play around with the coordinates in DevTools. Very interesting. I didn't think about that. That's kind of a nice way to do it. Yeah, I wonder if that would probably screw with what I've got going here just because I'm doing... Just because I already have the canvas as the background, so then I couldn't really draw on top. I don't know. It'd be all kind of a mess, but I like it. Yeah, and Cactus Man, I was looking a little more at JSonnet, which are... we're up to 7,000 dropped frames now. Come on. Just because I already have the canvas as the background. All right, this is ridiculous. People are literally leaving the stream because we're dropping frames. Just kidding. I don't know if that's the case. Is anybody still there who was from around before? Maybe Cactus Man, you've been lurking? Because has anyone seen? Because we went from like 2,000 drop frames to all of a sudden a bunch more. And that kind of perturbs me. It's totally OBS's fault. It's totally Streamlabs OBS fault. Definitely is. Because... all right, anyway. I highly doubt it's my ISP. Basically, tweaking the stuff live, you'd have to re-render. I gotcha. Well, I don't know if that would really work in my case either, just because everything on here is canvas. I mean, well, I don't know. It might work. I'd have to kind of come up with a nice little workflow to do it that way. Because I'd have to... I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense. But I can't figure out, okay, I can't figure out why this is 0.137. How big is a font supposed to be? 0.1. You know what? Why didn't I just do it revert? Why didn't I just reverse this the other way? All right, so our font size, our height of our window is 393. 393. Or wait a minute. No, we need to do 58 point. What is the, let's look at this real quick here. 58.949999. Okay, we're going to do 58.9499. What in the world? 58.949999 divided by, what's the height of our window? 393. All right, so that comes out right. Okay, so that is good. Yeah, so 58.94, that's what I should have done. I should have just had a box that's 58.94 pixels tall. That's all I needed to do. So 58.94 would be about 59. So that is the height. Okay, yeah, so that's the little bit of extra breathing room that we need. All right, we just dropped a bunch more frames now. We're at 8,000. What is going on? Because it all of a sudden started happening randomly. I don't like this. All right, somebody let me know if the stream seems like it's cutting in and out or something, or if it's like lagging, or if it's, I don't know. You need a better net to catch the failing frames. Yes, or the falling frames. Yeah, I used to never drop frames, and then all of a sudden, Streamlabs flipped out. I think a week ago. I think a week ago today on that. So our last Monday stream, flipped out, like kind of reset itself. The stream kept going, but then our drop frame count just like was going way up. Like we were at tens of thousands of dropped frames within minutes. If that's even possible. I don't know if that's mathematically possible. 60 frames. It was something like that. It was something like how many? Okay, so if we've dropped 8,345 frames, 8,345 divided by 60, how many seconds is that? It's 139 seconds divided by 60. It's 2.31 minutes of just lost. Straight up data. Straight up stream just lost. I mean, it's been over, that's 2.8% of how long we've been running so far. That's a really high percentage. But we used to never drop frames. I mean, the whole entire, we'd stream for 7 hours, and I'm pretty sure we'd never have a single drop frame most of the time. So I've never seen it had any drop frame count until, yeah, I don't know what the deal is. T-Grave. What's going on, T-Grave? Good to see you. Odd, I only noticed 1 second freezing during the most recent drop. Okay. That's good to know. Thank you, T-Grave. I appreciate it. Yeah, and thanks for hanging out, T-Grave. Did I just say? I just said that before. All right. Well, I don't know how I'm going to mess around with that to figure it out, because maybe we upgrade OBS at some point. I don't know. Because I completely forgot about it at the beginning of this stream, and then all of a sudden, like right away as we started the stream, we had just like a couple hundred drop frames. Whoops. So like a couple seconds worth of stream just dropped right out in the beginning. It's got to be the software, because we're not maxing out CPU. I mean, I got a 3950X for crying out loud. Should be able to throw anything at that. Or 3900X. Sorry, not 3950. I didn't shell out that much money for the computer. I mean, come on. 3900X. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Anyway, I'm not going to talk about it anymore right now, unless we really drop a bunch more. But, okay, so back to, okay, so 59, we're about at 59 pixels here for this box. So that's about how tall our font size is. So yeah, like I was saying, there's like a hair of wiggle room. A little bit of wiggle room on either end. Let's, yeah, like, it's like a percentage of wiggle room, I guess, kind of. At this scale, it's like 2 pixels of wiggle room. But I guess if you scaled this up, if you scaled the font up, it would be some sort of like percentage number. So I guess we kind of just eyeball this maybe. And now if we go to this, so I want to do maybe, oops. I want to do, we want to draw a box around this one and kind of maybe more or less line up that same amount of wiggle room. And this one is going to be, let's see. This one is only 42 pixels. Oops. This one is only 42. Let's do this. So 41 pixels, but we're dividing that by 41. 41, we're going to divide that by whatever the height of the screen is here to get our ratio. So this is 195 pixels. So 41 divided by 195. Yeah, so now we're up to 0.21. Okay, so that'll be our new scale then for the font. I'm going to keep the old one just in case for the second, and then we're just going to test the 0.21. So that about seems right, so I think I did the math right there. So let's refresh. Let's refresh our shrimpy window here. Yes. Okay. So this should have scaled up, but the position of this is not right. So we gotta do that. But now if we compare this to our GIMP at 200%, keep in mind, I didn't do my due diligence. We should see that the Populus Arial font looks about perfect there. Yeah, I think so. This one maybe seems like a tad bigger, but that's just probably a little bit of error there. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like a slightly bigger, and it could also be due to, well, it could have been due to the way I measured, whatever. Yeah, I'm sure there's a little bit of, I probably should have measured it a little bigger, whatever. But if we need to drop this down a tad, we can do that. But anyway, I got to take a quick bathroom break here first before we... Cactus Man, oof, font sizes aren't that easy. I wasted a good amount of time with that before. Yeah, I probably oversimplified, because obviously that's probably why. Because in theory, what I just did, the font here should be pretty much exact to this. And again, that could be the way GIMP. Well, no, actually, that should be pretty dead on, spot on. But it's obviously clear that this Populus is like slightly bigger than this one. That's okay. I mean, I'm just trying to get in the general ballpark of what's going on. I'm not trying to have something that's exactly pixel perfect at this point. We can dial it in to taste when we need to. But we'll be right back. I got to take a little tinkle break, so don't go anywhere. Unless you want to, and unless I'm dropping too many frames. We're already up to 11,100 drop frames now. I don't know what's going on. All right, quick bathroom break. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. And now we're up to 13,000 drop frames. Just going to the bathroom, we dropped a whole nother 2K frames there. What in the world? RGB1, how y'all doing? RGB1, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Well, darn boy, is that an inside joke? The toilet's not really an inside joke. I take a lot of bathroom breaks. So that my emote is a toilet. Joanna BRB. Or I type BRG. Joanna, I'm trying to practice typing it properly. Joanna BRB. There we go. The game's actually pretty good. Oh, thanks, RGB. I assume you're talking about Populus, but I could be wrong. Maybe you're not talking about Populus at all. Because it's kind of a crappy game, to be honest. But, yes. So, we just lined up our text, or we got the font size, I think, about the font size that we want. I might actually scale it down just a tad because I think it might be a little too big. When we make this big, so again, I have the window shrunk down really far here to just kind of match up what I drew with pencil. But I more or less want this. I don't think I'm going to want this font size to be that big, because here is the size that it is right now. Let's open the console. Here's the size that it is right now. Yes, perfect. And this is the size it is right now live on populus.gg. And then here is the size we just changed it to. And it's a little bit, it's like we're kind of in between now. We made it like a little bigger than that. RGB, I am. Talking about Populus. Oh, well, thanks. Well, thanks, RGB. Appreciate it. Yeah, well, welcome, RGB. Appreciate you hanging out. Well, yeah, I mean, you already played the game. I mean, I was gonna maybe give you a little demo, but you already started playing it, and you probably know all what it's about. Nonetheless, I'll give the demo just in case anyone's not aware. And you might not have been aware of the spacebar thing if you didn't do the tutorial. So, the spacebar to pop the bubbles. So, we're working on my game Populus. It's a little game where you pop bubbles. I have the window really small right now, but basically you pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. That's your little timer there. And you're popping the bubbles that match the colors with this that's in this position here. So we want to move our mouse over that bubble and left click it or press the space bar to pop it. So we do that. And then we're basically just going after whatever bubble is in that position there. This is kind of hard to play at this small of a size. Whoops. Oh boy. So then you pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. I know this is all kind of small, but I don't want to resize my window right now. I should have did my other window. There we go. That would have been much better. But yeah, at the end of the game, you see some stats, how many bubbles you popped in 30 seconds. You get a little pop rate there, how many pops per second, and how many mistakes you made. That's pretty much it. We are, is a world record going to be a thing? RGB. There is, this could be a good warm-up for CSGO, for example. Oh, well, I appreciate the, I'll take that as a compliment. Yeah, and I like first-person shooters, so that was kind of my actual inspiration for the game originally, was like, it'd be nice to have just something that kind of takes those skills maybe that you would have from like a first-person shooter. I mean, I didn't think about it that explicitly. It was maybe more like, I just want to have something that's kind of like a mouse, you know, like a mouse moving kind of skill game. And it eventually evolved into what it is now. But there is a Discord. I do have a Discord. If anyone's interested, you don't have to join at RGB, but on the Discord there is a little Populus section, and there's a high scores thing there, and you will see Truyaksky, who I don't know. I guess Truyaksky maybe left. He was in the chat earlier today, like an hour ago. And Truyaksky has the world record. He's got the world record right now. 124 pops in 30 seconds. 124. That's fast. And he's got the video. The video is in the Discord high scores channel. So he's pretty awesome. So Truyaksky, he's the number one Populus player in the world. I think I'm number 2. I'm the number 2 Populus player. My video is actually in there too. 109 pops, 0 mistakes. I like saying I'm the number 2 player in the world of like 3 Populus players in the entire world. There's like 3 total of us, so it's steep competition. No, but seriously, Truyaksky's score is pretty awesome. 124 pops. It's crazy. All right, so okay. So I want to make this a little smaller than it is, right? Isn't that what I was saying? We're going to minimize this. We need to make the text just a little smaller. So let's try going with we did 0.21. Let's try just 0.2 and see what happens. All right, so that was, I noticed it was just, whoops, not that one. Not that one. Here we go. All right, and then this one. Wrong one. There we go. No, this one. Oh my goodness. Alt-tab screwing me up here. All right. That looks better. I like that. So what I'm looking at right now is the font size of the Populus text and then the Populus text down here in my kind of crude drawing. My pencil drawing with like some text over top. So there we go. You should consider adding accounts and leaderboards. I think people will be addicted to getting on the leaderboard. Yeah, Kodako. I mean, I don't want to do accounts, but I would maybe like to have maybe the possibility to like enter a name. Like you could create a name just for that session, a username maybe. I don't know if I'll go to that right away, but we'll see. Weemy. Good to see you, Weemy. But yeah, Kodako, I want to stay away from user accounts just from like the complexity side of things. Like I don't really want to do a user account system. But I mean, if somehow this game were to have some sort of interest and people actually like to play it, like maybe I would consider it. But I'm thinking of maybe just more of like a kind of a little volatile kind of leaderboard thing where it could go away after a while, you know, or something, or it would reset every night, like once a day or something like that, or maybe once a week. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. So for Weemy and RGB, Weemy's for RGB who's new. I've been working on a multiplayer for the game, so it's 1-on-1, and right now I'm working on just redoing the main menu so that I'll have a button for multiplayer basically, because that's what my drawing is here. I'm kind of having like a little 3-button setup, because there'll be the play button, there'll be a practice button, which is what the current play button is, and there'll be the tutorial button still. So we're working on the main menu, but nonetheless, the game's supposed to be multiplayer, so we can do that right now. Basically, you just kind of race against another player popping the same bubbles, right? So you can tell that these two browsers have the same bubbles. Obviously, ignore the fact that there's text here drawing over the top of the screen. But basically, you you can kind of see where your opponent's position is relative to you. So the little red dot represents your opponent and the black dot represents you. So like this player sees that they're ahead of the red dot, they're ahead of the opponent. And this player here sees that the red dot is ahead of them, you know, the kind of inverse of that. So that's kind of how it works for right now. And we're getting very close. We're getting very close to going live with the multiplayer. Basically, I just have the main menus to do. Like, we're not going live today with it, but honestly, it's possible we could have maybe something this week. Maybe this week it'll go live. I won't go live with it on stream. I have to kind of figure out some things. I have to figure out a few things for before we do that. Some stuff I'm not going to deal with on stream. But RGB, I like that. Watch this game evolve into a shooter. Yeah. All of a sudden it turns into Duck Hunt or something, and then all of a sudden we start adding 3D graphics in a world. I'm just kidding. That won't happen, but looking forward to play it. Looking forward to play it on stream next week then. Yeah, possibly. I'm not making any promises, but honestly, between today and tomorrow, if the main menu stuff doesn't take me forever, we're going to kind of go into our like little test phase of it. I mean, the whole thing's just kind of a test anyway. It's just an experimental thing, so I don't really care about if stuff's breaking, but at least we should have a good system where if the server crashes, it'll come back and everything automatically, and we'll probably know the limitations of it pretty quick. Yeah, that's one. So we've got a couple to-dos that we kind of want to look at, and some of these ones are not something we're going to be looking at before we go live, but yeah, we're getting really close. We're getting really close. It's possible by like this weekend I might go live, and then we'll see. All right, I missed a couple chats here. But We Meet game update. Yeah, I'm redoing the main menu right now in case you didn't catch me saying that just a second ago. So I did like a pencil drawing of the main menu, what I want the main menu to look like. And I kind of got like the ballpark like proportions of everything. And I kind of just lined up the window to kind of see. So like obviously this is the live populus.gg, the current main menu right now. And we got the font to scale up appropriately to what I think we want it to be now. Like this one, the Populus text is like a little too small relative to this one. So like now this one's a little bigger. So I think we are kind of in a spot we want to be. Some of these other things aren't going to quite exactly match up, but this is kind of the idea. I already like this font being bigger. I already like that. Like just, obviously it looks awful with this, but I already like this, how it's looking so far. So, yeah, all right. I still got to go back and look at chats here. Whoa, Badger hopped in. Badger, what's going on? Good to see you. Okay, so I'll just, leaderboards create player flow. Like, dude, try to beat my score on this game. Yeah, exactly. And I do want to have leaderboards. I'm thinking of having like a ranking thing because the game's 1-on-1, right? So I'd like to maybe do like an ELO ranking system, like chess uses or something like that. Where since it's a 1-on-1 game, an ELO system kind of works nicely, or pretty naturally, I guess. I guess you can use ELO for other things too, but potentially. But I'm not the biggest math guy anyway, so the equation to set up an ELO system is pretty straightforward. So we're probably going to implement something like that on the server, and we'll see what happens with that. That would kind of be the first thing we do after we go live with just the base multiplayer. RGB got 40. That's pretty good RGB for starting out. 46. Nice. No, you're above average for starting out, RGB, for sure. Yeah, Weemy was screwing around before and did 2.1 million pops. Or, yeah, you did 2.1 million pops. That won't really be possible now with the live version, but it would be nice to see. It'd be nice to see how far we could break it. He did 2.1 million pops with the current Populus.gg site, which technically is all client side anyway. All of the code is just happening in the client, so there's not really a challenge. Nice. Yeah, I'm saying basically what Weemy did is trash, and he won't be able to do it now. He won't be able to do it with the multiplayer. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I mean, once we go live, it'll kind of be like a little bit of a just testing, you know, most of the times anyway, when people actually play Populus, they play while I'm streaming, right? Because they come in and they try the game out. I'm looking at the actual Google Analytics and whatever of the Populus.gg site. So usually there's, spikes when people are actually playing, and then there's like 1 or 2 people playing every day or something like that, or 0 sometimes. Usually it's me. Did you just call me trash? Goes to learn Python. Nice. No, but seriously though. Well, no, what I was saying, Weemy, was, I mean, in a much more serious sense. The 2.1 million something like that wouldn't be possible. Because now I'm like limiting the way you can communicate to the server. So I think we did the math the other day at about technically how fast you could win without the server saying, oh, you're talking to me too much, so I'm going to disconnect you. Wait, do I have the best record so far? RGB, you might have the best record for the day. No, the best record is 124. It's psycho. I don't know if you saw before RGB, but there's a Discord. You don't have to join the Discord. You don't have to. I'm not telling you to join the Discord, but in the Discord you can find the video under the high scores high scores channel under the Populus section on the Discord. There's a video of Truyakski's 124 pops, and I think he made 1 mistake. I'm just crazy. It's crazy. Yes. Oh yeah, that might have been when you said you were gone. 106. No, 124. 124. Yeah, it's crazy. Yes, 124. 124. It's great. It's awesome. All right, we're up to 15,000 dropped frames. Those of you guys in the chat, have you noticed the stream doing anything weird, like lagging or hanging or whatever? RGB, did he sell his soul? I think so. No, Truyakski is is the guy who's got the record. He's an Osu player, whatever that game is, where you basically, it's like this game where you pop bubbles or whatever. You like pop the circles on the music or whatever to the music. Populus was not supposed to be quite as much like Osu as it is now, but yes, buffering. It sometimes buffers. There's more delay than usual. Okay. I think it's something on my Streamlabs OBS side that's doing it. Because how far is my... Yes, buffering. It sometimes buffers. There's more delay than usual. Wow, my stream manager is really far behind here. Hello. Hello. All right, that's caught up now. I don't know what the deal is. I'm gonna have to. And how do you like really debug an issue like this? Because I can't like just. I'm not just gonna like spend a couple hours on stream trying to debug why. Or not debug, but trying to diagnose why I'm dropping so many frames. Maybe we will. Maybe we'll do that on Thursday night or something. Anyway, RGB, he was preparing for this moment his whole life. Did I already read that comment? I read it in my head earlier, but I like that comment. Kodako, you can stream without streaming. Like, could it go without being, like, could I do it without being live on Twitch? Because that would be sick. RGB, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really do. I forgot how you do it. I'll find it. Oh, thanks. Idea, development, refactor, rethink, rebuild. It's now nothing like the idea. Yes. You got it, Weemy. Inspector.twitch.tv. Interesting. Let me check that out real quick. Because I might do that. I might do that, I mean, obviously not now, but at some point. Inspector analyzes, assists in troubleshooting the internet connection or encoder-related issues while broadcasting to Twitch. Sick. All right, thanks. Thanks, Kodako. Then, yes, you have to add a variable to your stream key. Okay, there you can view your frames real time. Oh, sick. All right, thanks, Kodako. Yeah, I will have to do that at some point then. Whoops. All right. And I might just try like updating Streamlabs too, because it's probably like there's probably like an update that's been out for a while that I didn't do and whatever. But it all seemed to start happening at one point. So I doubt it's my internet. I doubt it's my ISP. When you stream, you have to enter bandwidth test true to the stream key to not be on Twitch. Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right. Yeah, I'll have to do a little investigation on that, but thanks, Kodako. All right. Speaking of Kodako, when are you streaming next, Kodako? Because I don't even think I've caught a stream. I mean, I've jumped in and caught some of your videos, but I've not actually hopped in and caught you streaming live. And Weemy, have you streamed in a while? Are you still kind of studying, whatever, not streaming too much right now? All right. Anyway, I think we've got our font size picked out here. I think we got the font size scale dialed in to what we want. So if I resize, I'm not going to resize this one. I want to keep this one picked here. But we jump back to this one. Obviously, the font size, scale, whatever. You know what? I think this might be too big. It's just made me think, like, because if I start going like this, if we start making the window more square, like, or slightly going more portrait mode, you know, portrait than landscape, that might be a problem because, wow, I don't know how we're going to do this. I thought it was going to be easy, but maybe not. All right, I don't know. We're gonna have to just keep pushing forward and figure it out here. Kodako Saturday and Sunday. Okay, right. I remember you saying weekends. Yeah, back to the base schedule. Been like that for 2 weeks. Oh, you are back to the base schedule now? Mother Cow Chunks. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Question. What about this game needs WebSockets? Just learning about WebSockets and thought it was mostly for chat or something where you would want a continuous connection. Well, turns out turns out, mother cow chunks, that that's a good question, by the way. Turns out that works really well. WebSockets works really well for like a game where you might need to send some data to the server, and the server might need to send some data to you, and back and forth, vice versa. So my game's actually multiplayer. So that's kind of, if that kind of maybe answers the question directly. The multiplayer is not live right now, but on my development version here, we can fire that up. So if I join a match between these two browsers, we can see, well, the first case there was that like they have the same bubbles, they pop the same bubbles together, and basically like the score is being shown kind of updated live as like as you pop bubbles, it's kind of going back and forth and getting updated live simultaneously. But yeah, Weemy said it there. Works great for when you want to receive updates, not just ask for updates. Right, like if you're doing just HTTP or something, your client has to ask every time, right, or whatever. Your client would have to just be constantly saying, hey, the server, did something change? Did something change? Did something change? And the server would probably be like, no. But like, yeah, and queuing up for like a multiplayer game works really nicely too, kind of just naturally with that, because like if I can start, well, it's kind of hard to see. Now I don't want to. How do we cancel? Hey, what happened to our cancel button? All right, hang on. I broke something with the cancel button with our refactor of our main menu. All right, so we'll have to look at that. All right, they're supposed to, okay. So like if I go here, we go to this finding opponent screen, and basically the client is just waiting here. We could go practice while we're waiting for an opponent, but then the server will just send the message when there's an opponent all of a sudden. But like my client isn't going and asking the server anymore for that. The server got the message, and we see, oh, never mind. Now it changed. Let's refresh again. But like I can go here, I can queue up for a multiplayer match. It says finding opponent, and then the server just said player 0 requested match, and it's just gonna sit there. And then whenever a new player connects, then it'll match him up, and then it sends the message back to this player and says, hey, yeah, you finally got a match. Kodako, how did you architect your queue if you have time? High level. Actually, the whole thing is extremely high level. It's very basic. There's no queue. And part of that's going to just be, we're going to see how it works. Right now, basically, my application file here is an application object, and it literally just has a waiting player property, and that's null to start. And then when a player connects, they become that waiting player object. And then if another player connects, it checks to see if there's a waiting player. And if there is, then it starts a match with the two of them and then sets waiting player back to null. Otherwise, if not, if a player connects and there is no waiting player is null, then that player becomes the waiting player. So super, super basic. No queue. Basically just because it's a one-on-one game, so I feel like it kind of works that there's either a player who's not matched up currently or not, so then they should just wait. And then if somebody connects, then connect them together. Yeah, obviously, like if it was like 5 players all racing against each other, free for all or something like that, then you'd have some array or something build up, something like that. That should probably work well, right? Since Node is single threaded. Weemy, evil plans forming. Nice. Yeah, I mean, Node being single threaded, yeah, I don't have to worry about like two players trying to grab that player at once. Or like two connections coming in like simultaneously, and then one of them grabs it, but the other one thinks they can grab it too. Like that just won't happen with Node, which is nice in that sense. I don't know. Maybe there's not the best thing, but yeah, I got to do some garbage for my multiplayer is going to suck. It's hard to think about. Yeah, Kodako, is yours going to be just one-on-one too, or are you going to have like a bunch of people kind of racing the same, playing the same game together, potentially? Mother Cow Chunks is now following. Hey, Mother Cow Chunks, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. No, it's going to be a bunch of people. Gotcha. Yeah, so then you're, I mean, you could do something similar to this if you're doing Node, and do an array or whatever. I think you said you use like Express and stuff, Kodako, right? So is that what you'd end up using? Something like Express for handling this? Or, and I guess you would use WebSockets. I mean, maybe if you're doing WebSockets, maybe you don't need something like Express. I think I'm just going to have one room initially instead of a queue where you just join as a spectator until the race is done. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, in this case, you can have... technically, you can just have as many games going as you want, or as possible. As long as there's a player waiting, that will do. It'll go. Socket.io and Express. Gotcha. All right, so as I was saying, I think I'm already finding the limitation of this font size. This font size is not going to be right. I feel like it's going to be too big, relatively speaking. Let's full screen this quick. I don't know. We're gonna see. Let's play around with let's look at our variables some more here. So I'm gonna go over to my config file. This is where we've got all our actual stuff. Title font ratio, menu title font ratio, title button R ratio, menu title font ratio divided by 3.5. Okay. So that's the button size. That is this red dot size, I should say. So that is fine. We already dialed that in at 0.2. We're probably going to need to change it, but we can eyeball it later. Okay, so title button offset X mult. Wow, this is going to be such a pain. All right, so title button X offset mult. Where are we actually using that? Are we using it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's move these onto separate lines. There we go. Let's move these onto 3 separate lines. I'm going to do set size and pose. You pass a radius, I think. Yes, radius, and then an X and a Y. That's what you do to set a button's stuff. So this is our button. We're calling this method set size and pose. So you need to call this, anytime you want to resize the button, you actually need to call this method because it does some fancy magic to redo the font size and everything. Because you're changing, since the buttons are circles, you're changing not only the radius of the button, but also the text size and everything, and position. The position of the text has to change. Okay, so we've got the radius, we've got title button X offset. Okay, so you know what? It's probably not worth lining this up yet. The title button we could probably skip. So the title button is the red dot, basically. Because technically it's a button, so I just call it title button because I thought it would be kind of cool to have a red circle, and then when you hover over it, it just animates, even though it doesn't do anything. Although right now I'm using that as the Q for multiplayer buttons. You find an opponent for multiplayer. But anyway. Trash Dev, is it me or the stream lagging? It's lagging. I got you. Yeah, frame drops. Yeah, we're at 21,000 dropped frames now. Man, what is going on? It looks like OBS is basically maxing out CPU. Let me see. Where's OBS here? Streamlabs OBS. It's got a couple instances open. One is, there's a couple, Oh, there's many OBS is open. There's basically one for every like physical core I've got here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Bunch of them are renderers. Yeah, and like my CPU is fine, right? Yeah, we're at 21,000 frames dropped. That's literally like a couple of minutes of data here. 60 FPS. That's I mean, that's been over 2 hours now, 21,000 frames dropped, so obviously whatever, but it's good now. All right. Yeah, it seems like all of a sudden it'll just have a bunch of drop frames, and then like then it'll come back, I guess. Data here, 60 FPS. Of data here, 60 FPS. Wow, my stream, yeah, this is like way behind now. All right, I don't know what the deal is, but around 5.8 minutes. Weemy did the math. Weemy's always comes in clutch with the exact numbers. Now, okay, so then now that's much worse. I guess what I did when I said a couple minutes, actually, that was probably like at 8,000 frames. So yeah, 5.8 minutes. That sounds much more right. That's crazy. 5 minutes. We have literally 5 minutes of dropped frames right now, which I guess are just gone. That's terrible. All right. Oh, Trash Dev. Where do you see those stats? Well, so I'm using Streamlabs OBS. I don't know what you're using, Trash Dev, for streaming, but I can just call you Trash. There's a little like metrics button in, if you're in Streamlabs OBS, there's like a little like chart button down in the bottom right corner, left corner. And then it'll just show you, CPU usage, FPS, dropped frames, bandwidth. And I have the dropped frames pinned. You can like pin it to the bottom of Streamlabs OBS, and then so I just have that quick counter there. I did that the other day when this started to happen. Best to just ignore it, probably because there's nothing you can do about it. We will survive. No tilde means approximately. Yeah, nice. Trash. Ah, cool. Never noticed it. Yeah, it's kind of nice. And I generally have never worried about dropped frames at all. I've checked it every so often, and I've never dropped a frame. But at some point last week, I think, it all of a sudden, like OBS did something weird where it like disappeared and like came back. It like reloaded everything, and then all of a sudden we started dropping a bunch of frames. So I like ended the stream early and then restarted the stream, whatever. We meet. Exact numbers requires effort. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I gotcha. The Enye there. 5.8 minutes approximately. Yeah, so I don't know. Kodako brought up the good point of I can do like some offline or not live public streaming to test everything out and just see if I can figure out what's going on. So I will be doing that at some point because, yeah, this is happening way too much now. But yeah, keep me, if you guys notice it happening again, just let me know. I might as well just, I just want to be aware of when it's happening. And I might go back and watch the videos and kind of see what the exact deal is. Actually, that makes me think really quick. Hang on, let me look at something really quickly here. No. All right. Okay. 5 plus 5 over 6 minutes, if you want to be exact. All right. So, yeah, I do want to be exact, Weemy, to be honest. Like, I want to know. I want the full detail. I'm just kidding. All right, so I want to look at, we're not going to, I don't care about this thing right now. We're going to leave this as it is, and we're going to line this up later, because this kind of depends upon wherever the populus O ends up. So we're going to just not worry about the red dot for right now. I want to look at, okay, so we've got a couple other things here. We got title. Okay, so that's title button, offset X and Y. So we're not going to care about that. I'm going to get rid of these commented ones because these are old now at this point. Okay, so let's do play button off. So let's put a space there. Play button offset mult. Let's play button R ratio. That's probably old. Yeah, that's old. I don't really care about that anymore. Let's do play. Let's just make these a little more. Okay, so this is our play button stuff. Our tutorial button stuff. Our practice button stuff. All right. Practice button R ratio. This is probably not being used at all. Yeah. Config.menu. Yeah, it's just the play button stuff. So we can get rid of these. I'm just going to comment them out. Button offset X mult. Which button? I didn't specify. Button offset X mult. Oh yeah, and something happened to our quit button. Let's comment these out and just see what happens. Okay, everything's fine. Okay, yes, everything looks like it is fine. I don't think we need any of that anymore. But our quit button is gone. Our quit button is screwed up. So when we did that change, when we did our refactor and make everything more whatever we did before, it's screwed up now. We meet 2 plus 3 equals 5. Yeah, if you like round down or something, right? I don't know. Trash, is the responsive stuff in prod yet for the game? Yes. If you're on, I don't want to actually, yeah, I don't want to change the one window I have, but if we have another populus.gg here, this stuff, yeah, this main menu is responsive and everything. And we're still responsive. The problem is I'm just doing the new layout. I gave you exact numbers. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, we're good. We're good, Weemy. I got you. Yeah, Trash, the thing we're really worried about right now, I guess maybe you didn't see this yet, but I we need a new like layout for the main menu. So I did like a pencil little drawing, and I just kind of threw down some text and some circles just with GIMP, my tool of choice for drawing, just to kind of come up with like a little rough menu. And then I can kind of, the nice thing is I can kind of like eyeball. I can actually, well, not even eyeball. Actually, no, that's not what I want. I can kind of like line stuff up a little bit this way. Like I can just kind of say like, oh yeah, this is about what I want. Just by sizing the window up to be about the same there. So that's pretty cool. And we can see some of this stuff is actually already, oops. Oh, come on. No. Screwed up now. I don't want to keep changing this. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Chrome's got some weird thing where like if you minimize and maximize, then the dev tools doesn't open again. If it's already open, then it's like closed, but it's technically not closed. All right, there we go. Okay. So I'm just kind of doing this, like having the live one here, or my development version here, just kind of lined up with this, and I can kind of line some things up more or less. I mean, technically, I don't really need to line anything up. It'll just be, I don't need to like actually line it up with this, but the only thing I really needed to do was the font size, I think. And then everything else is going to be kind of just math to make sure that this lines up. So, not everything resizes in the current live version. The stats screen doesn't resize. So after the game, that doesn't resize. And we've added that since then, so that now resizes. What else? I think that's pretty much it. The actual popping bubbles gameplay screen is resizing currently live. Yeah. All right. So, okay. So we realized we could comment all these out, which is great. Basically, okay. So yeah, we're in pretty good spot here now. Our config stuff is looking good. We've got the title itself, the title button stuff, which is the red dot, the play button, the tutorial button, the quit button. So the quit button, this is all for the in-game quit button stuff. So something screwed up here, and oh, I know what I did. All right, the quit button, I zeroed everything out for the quit button, and I shouldn't have done that. So that's actually, I'm just gonna look. Can I do a, no, I can't do a diff or whatever. We need to go to, all right, we dropped some more frames at some point. It looks like we dropped maybe another 1,000 frames. I don't know. Don't know if anyone actually noticed that or if it was. We're at 22,010 frames. It's 4.3% of the stream. That's a high percentage number. Oops. Yeah, like Weemy did. Weemy's gonna have to crunch the numbers on that 2210 to make sure. All right, so I can close that. I don't need that. Yeah, I can't be arsed to do the math. All right, so what are we? I need to go to. I need to look at my code here for this and copy and paste it. All right, so let's go to. That's not the right project. And I'm getting another suspected spam caller here on my phone. Hang on one sec here. All right. Okay, so there we go. All right, so I'm just trying to grab the code for this quit button from my repo, my online repo here. So I can replace it because I blanked this out and this was not supposed to be set to 0. Basically is what's going on. All right, so we go here, client scripts. Wait a minute, which? No, we're on the wrong branch. Oh no, technically, well, yeah, let's go to our other branch here real quick. Just in case I changed it. All right, so menu. There we go. All right, so we are looking for quit button. What do we have? This. All right, so the X and Y looks like this. Beautiful. And then the radius looks like this. Oh, yeah, that's right. We have a hard-coded radius in pixels like that. Well, not hard-coded. It's in our config file, but this is not stored as a relative number. The quit button does not resize, basically, currently. Oh, and then the font size is, that's a hard-coded font size as well. Yeah, basically, I just have this. I should have just pulled these in pixels. Yeah, anyway. All right, that should be all we needed to do. Beautiful. All right, we didn't drop any more frames. Probably just jinxed it. Still at 4.2%? Come on. Was it at 4. Maybe it was at 4.8 before. All right, so now we should have fixed our in-game. Wait, which? Why is this so? This is the one that I want small. Why is this one so small? I don't want this one small anymore. There we go. Make it like a slightly bigger. All right. Okay, so now we should have a quit button. There we go. Beautiful. Yeah, basically the quit button's positions and everything were zeroed out was the problem. All right, we're just going to play a full game here because I want to. Oh! All right, how many are we getting here? How many? I'm doing pretty well, actually. My hand's a little shaky, but we're doing pretty well. 100? Sick! All right, this can't be compared to the live site because this version technically might be like slightly easier than the live one because it's less punishing when you make mistakes potentially. So those 2 mistakes could have cost me more time on the live version, basically, is what I'm saying. If I made 0 mistakes, then it would pretty much be the same game. But Trash, I don't understand how you play that good. Thank you, Trash, for the compliment. It's because I don't know, played a bunch. I played way too much of this game, for what it's worth. 2 mistakes. Yeah, you're right, Weemy. Yeah, let me do one more here. Let's do one more real quick. And we'll do this one. Actually, I'm going to do it on the dev one. I want to practice on the dev version. Because technically the colors on the live version are slightly easier. Well, maybe not. Actually, maybe the colors are hard. I'm going to do it on the dev version. So this can't be directly compared to the live version, the live populus.gg right now. But oh boy. And I feel like I need it a little bigger to be a little more. Well, I don't know. I'm just making excuses now. That was 1 mistake or 2. Come on, baby. More than 100 this time. No, I made a mistake there at the end. 95. All right. And 4 mistakes. We went downhill there. All right. That's enough for now. Okay, so no comment. Yeah, and that cleared. I don't get it. Sometimes, well, okay, I do kind of get it because the level, and this is what one of the things I went to make better, but on the current live populus.gg, the way the mistakes, there's like a checkpoint system right now on that version, which I've gotten rid of since. So like what will go live potentially this week with the multiplayer, the game doesn't play like that anymore. But basically with this checkpoint system, you have to pop 4 bubbles to go to the next checkpoint. So basically that means like you could potentially have 3 bubbles that you have to pop again if you make a mistake. So at like this point in the game, if I make a mistake, 3 bubbles come back. So obviously that's pretty, that detriments, that hurts, you know? But if you're on a checkpoint already, basically you won't have to, there's a chance that like making a mistake won't be any penalty. So like the way it works now on the current, the way it works in development, which will soon be the live version, is basically anytime you make a mistake, 1 bubble will always come back. So you always have to repop the last bubble. And if you make any subsequent mistakes, that's it. You just that 1 bubble comes back, and that's pretty much it. And that just makes it a lot more predictable, a lot more even. Because the checkpoint thing was just kind of confusing. Like you didn't understand like why it came back, because it's not like a game with a checkpoint system where like, you know, like, oh, I got to make it to the checkpoint, otherwise I'm going to go back. Like the game's so fast paced, you're not paying attention to checkpoints or whatever that you're on. You're just, you know, popping as fast as you can. So now it's at least consistent, and like just you'll know like, oh, if I made a mistake, I got to go back and repop that last bubble, whatever. So yeah, anyway. Weemy, hardcore mode? Yeah, I think so. No, I don't want to really have different modes, seriously. Like, I'd rather just keep everything kind of have one thing that works. I mean, obviously there's like there's a multiplayer one-on-one and a practice mode, but they're the same game. I don't know. I mean, we might, you know, the whole thing's just kind of an experiment, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. But, yeah, so we need to continue with our main menu here, but I think I'm going to take a bathroom break first. So, hardcore could just be no mistakes allowed. Yeah. Yeah, if you make a mistake, like, that's it. Burnt. You're done. Yeah, and actually, one of the things that we've added now with the current development version is when you're practicing, at least, you can press the R key to like quick reset. So like, and it's like, it does the countdown in like half the time. So you're like, you can play and be like, oh, I didn't get a good start. So then just quickly reset, versus like having to click X and then hit click play again. And then it says 3, 2, 1. So that's kind of nice. It only works in the practice mode because obviously having a quick reset on the multiplayer is a little not, I don't know. I don't really know how I'm going to advertise. I don't know why I'm playing again. Why am I playing? We're actually doing not too bad here, I feel like. 88. All right, that was, yeah, 4 mistakes, whatever. Yep, should just be another variable. Oh, for the hardcore mode. I see. All right. I got to take a bathroom break quick, and then we're going to get back to restructuring our main menu here. So we'll be right back. All right, I'm actually going to probably grab a quick snack too. So it might be like a slightly longer. All right, Weemy's got me covered with the Durana BRBs there. So it might be slightly longer than a bathroom break, but because I'm getting a little hungry and I feel like I need that energy. So just a tiny bit longer break than usual. We'll be right back. Kodako wants a snack. Yes. I'm all for it. All right. Be right back. Quick bathroom break and snack break. And we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are back. Not used to the new mic stand setup. For those of you who didn't know, I got a longer mic cable. So now, oh, wait a minute. Wear tag is followed. Thank you very much, Wear Tag, for the follow. I really appreciate it. Weemy's got you. Thanks, Weemy, for thanking Wear Tag for the follow. Man, battle of the Jurana BRBs there. I like it. Yeah, I don't really have anything cool to spend your channel points on, guys. I'm sorry. I'm working on it. I've been saying that for the last 3 months. You put me in charge. I had to do it. No, but seriously, thanks, Weemy, for covering that. You guys are awesome. I was a good bot. Yeah, nice. But yeah, I got a new mic cable, a new XLR cable for my microphone. It was a 15-footer. And we did the math earlier, and that's 4.5 meters. For those of you that are from Europe, which pretty much everybody in the chat is probably from Europe. In fact, pretty much everybody in the chat is from Sweden. Right, Kodako, you're from Sweden, right? Or Finland. Did I mess it up? I probably messed it up. Can't wait to purchase a guitar song every stream. It's gonna be great. Nice. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with that. But I got the new mic cable. I got it running now around, because before I just had a little short cable, like 3 feet only. So my input is right over here to the left. Basically, my microphone couldn't be much more than like that long away from, oops, you know, pretty much like this long away from the input jack with that cable. So now with the big one, it's wrapping around the desk, and I can have the microphone stand here, right off to my right. The boom arm comes out here, and obviously you see the pop filter, but the tip of the microphone is, you know, like right here. Now you can see that a little more there. But I've got room for my hand, plenty of room for my hand underneath it. But now, like, all my beverages I keep right here. I got water. And grabbed a bubbly from upstairs. Grapefruit. So I can get all that without having to reach over the boom arm of the mic and all just this nasty stuff. So it feels good to have that. But I'm still getting used to it. I've been bumping it now on this side, which I haven't been whatever. TOS. Kodako's from Sweden. Linde Goldbruna Ogan. I just faked a Swedish accent with that. Weemy, you have more Swedes than me soon. Nice. Yeah. Currently. TOS. TOS is a Swedish thing. I don't know acronyms as it is, so I don't know if TOS is terms of service. Oh, gotcha. All right. Okay, so we've got to get this menu thing figured out here. I can already tell this is too big. I can already tell this isn't quite gonna cut it. On our small scale down one, what is like the, well, yeah, it's a little taller or a little shorter. Yeah, that's already way too. Yeah, this is gonna have to come over basically. This Populus, the Populus logo is gonna have to come over. So that means like our white space thing here is gonna have to be expanded. So let's look at what that white space thing is. How do we actually? Where does that get factored in? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe we did something else to do that. Bound box pose X. Okay, so that's bound box width. Play offset X. Play button offset X plus play button R. Oh. Play button radius plus tut offset Y plus tut button R. All right, so play offset X config.menu.play button offset X mult. Wow. All right, this is just kind of confusing how this is all happening. I'm just going to kind of figure this out here. 9, the frames are multiplying. Oh boy, 24,790. Great. Is it okay now? Because now it's sitting here. Man. Yeah, I really got to figure that out. Makes me mad. Although I can't complain too much because it's been smooth pretty much since I started streaming up until this last week, I think. So, yeah, I really have had not a lot of issues with Streamlabs before. All right, so, okay, so the play offset X seems to be the thing that, how do we do the title? Where's the title? Title pose X is bound box. Wow. Okay. All right. So the title or the play offset X, that's really the thing that centers us up here, I guess. So we just need to figure out what we want that new one to be, which should be like, I guess we move it this way. I guess we move this over a little bit and then, yeah, all good until I showed up. I know. Nice. Wait, I'm seeing that this thing is... Hello? Are we there? Come on. We're back? Are we back now? Everybody there? Hello? Okay, I see myself now. Okay, I see myself. Okay. Oh. Oh. Man, this is terrible. Okay. Was about to type 26K frames, but it's way worse than that now. Shh. Well, it just straight up OBS or Streamlabs completely reconnected now. So, it started the stream over again. Just totally did. So I'm live. Been live for 1 minute now. All right, we got to get this figured out. I'm gonna have to look at this tonight before we go live tomorrow, because this is awful. I'll just add 123K then. Yeah, pretty much. All right. Well, yeah. Now we're at 304. Our counter reset to 0 when it reconnected. It said it just lost connection. So that makes me think, like, I don't know, like maybe it's not related to, I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, Populus multiplayer is hacking OBS. Yeah, pretty much. That could be it. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on it. We'll see how things go. Still at 304 dropped frames now. Yeah, because as I was saying, the counter reset, so, but then it dropped some frames once it reconnected. All right. My recording is still all in one piece, though. So that seems to not be affected at all. So maybe it's not OBS, or maybe it's just part of OBS with something. I don't know. I doubt it's my network. That's kind of what I was... Maybe we reset the routers or something. I don't know. Okay, now Twitch died on me. Oh, boy. Oh, we're dropping some frames now. We're currently dropping frames. 601, 681, 760. So, like, all this time that I'm talking right now is just being lost to time. Up to 1,000. What in the world? 760. So like all this time that I'm talking right now. I don't know what frames those are getting dropped, I guess. All right, it stopped again now. All right. Well, I guess those dropped frames then maybe are like, so there's got to be some sort of buffer, I guess, where it's like recording the stream that's going to be streamed up to Twitch, and then from there, like every frame, I guess it's checking if that frame made it or not, and if it didn't, then that's counting as a dropped frame. I don't know. Not lost. You had some buffering settings on. What do you mean by that, Weemy? All right, if we keep talking about stream quality stuff, we're not gonna get anything done. We already haven't gotten anything done. All right, so yes, this play offset X, which is config.menu.play button offset X multiple times canvas height. 635 frames, 726 frames, and all I'm saying now is getting lost forever. Oh. Right. Yeah, it's like the dropped frames like retry again after a little bit or something like that, I guess. Maybe. And that's where you end up with more delay, more stream delay, I guess. Because it's like, wow, I had to like back buffer up a bunch of frames and then. So when you drop frames, the stream starts buffering. Right. I see what you're saying now. Yes. All right. Okay, so this config.play button offset x mult. Where is that? Play button offset x mult. Okay, so 0.95. So this is the position of our play button. Let's make this like 1.1. So I'm going to just duplicate it there so we have that. We're going to make this 1.1. So this should move it more to the... This should move the play button more this direction. And then therefore, the text should go more this direction. Well, this direction on... Anyway, it's backwards with the camera. There we go. Yes. Beautiful. All right. Yeah. Okay, so I think... All right, so again, what are we trying to get here? All right, so now the actual problem is we don't want this one. The blue one, the play button is not going to be the one on the edge. So that's the one we're not going to be going with. All right, so we need to add another button. So let's just straight up add the practice button. Let's just do that. Because we're going to have the play button and the practice button. Let's do that now. We might as well. Okay, so let's just do it from the top down here. So title button, play button, tutorial button, quit button. All right, so I'm going to add practice button. We're just going to call it prac button, just for short. So we're going to say prac button. It's going to get passed in. Then we have this dot prac button equals prac button. And then I'm going to just, I'm just going to go down. We're going to have this dot prac button dot hide. We're going to have this dot prac button dot show main, hide main, play button. What is this for? Play button? Oof, what is this for? Oh. This dot prac button dot hide. All right, so we're gonna hide the practice button when we're supposed to hide that. Show in game. Quit button dot show hide in game. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Actually, I think I know what that is. All right, so we've got play button. We got this dot prac button. Button dot destruct. All right, so then we're gonna create we're gonna have a const prac button equals new button. There we go. Brilliant. And then down at the bottom, we're gonna do prac button dot init. And we are going to pass prac button right here. All right, so we should have set everything up that we would otherwise need right away. We just need to figure out what the button's going to be right now and then set up the sizes and everything like that. Soon it'll be like watching a VOD with 2 hours of delay. Yes, pretty much. Yeah, so I guess whenever I drop frames, then everyone else is just seeing a delayed version then. Otherwise, they'd have to like refresh the stream or whatever to actually catch up, right? Does the stream like automatically catch up? I think it does, right? I've noticed that before. Like when I've watched people, like sometimes it'll skip a little bit and then cut ahead or something like that. All right. All right, I'm just double fisting the fluids here. We're going to hit another bathroom break before we know it. All right, so instead of play button offset x mult, we want to have, let's do a hard-coded radius here. Actually, we don't need to do a hard-coded radius. We're going to do this. We're going to do this right away. We're going to do play button, or prac button. This is prac button offset x mult. And we're going to make this like 1.3, 1.2 maybe right now. Let's do 1.2. We're going to do prac button r ration. Kesser 6 is now following Kieser. Little Kesser. Thank you very let me try that again. Thank you very much for the follow, Kesser. I appreciate it very much. I really do. Thank you. Stalking me. I see Weemy and Kesser are old friends. All right. All right. Definitely stalking at Weemy to go. Nice. Wow, Kesser, your username is white. It's pretty cool. I've never seen that. Old friends, like a few days. Nice. Well, thanks for hanging out, Kesser. I appreciate it. Thanks for the follow again. You can use /color to change the color of your username. Nice. Yeah, and then does that carry around with you everywhere? Does the username go around like for all the chats? Because like I see some people who have like the same chat color in like my Streamlabs chat versus my versus the on screen. Well, actually, maybe that's not a good comparison. Yeah, like Weemy is always blue, and I see that Kesser is white all the time. But sometimes I see people who have like different colors in different places, if that makes sense. So like if I do color, must be hex or one of the following. That didn't work. Color. Let me try. Color. Oh, it worked on there. It's not show. Okay. Yeah, I liked having orange for my username. It's not showing up there either. Color. Yeah, like let me try blue quick. All right, sorry, this is not, okay, so that's blue. That's like a really vivid blue, though. It's not the Weemy to go blue. All right, so I'm going to do, hang on, I'm going to change it back to orange again. Color. All right, sorry, this is, it's not going back now. Hang on. We blue, patent pending. Nice. Cats are so easy to distract. Oh, you betcha. We haven't gotten anything done today. No, actually, it hasn't been too bad. I'm just trying... Well, hang on a sec. Because I wanted to be orange all the time here. You could do the hex. Orange, red. Or one of the following. All right, I guess we have to do that. Okay, so now it's that orange there. Anyway. All right. So, anyway, what are we working on? Don't even remember anymore. All right, that's breaking. Oh, because we're missing a comma, or we're missing a thing. Okay, so, whoops. Bumping the mic. All right, so let's look at, well, Kessler 6, since you're new and hanging out, I'll give you a little demo of what's going on. The game is breaking. But we're working on my game called Populus. So it's a little dumb game where you pop bubbles. Cannot read property R of undefined. All right, we're going to have to go to the regular thing. So you can play it live right now, actually. If I remember my chat commands here. Game. There we go. Game. So, yes, the game is called Populus. You can play it live right now. Populus.gg. I threw the chat down there, the link down there in the chat. I almost said the chat down there in the link. But it's a game where you pop bubbles. That's pretty much it. We're at the main menu here. I'm actually on the live Populus.gg right now. Click play, and you see some bubbles, and you got 30 seconds. There's a little timer here on the side, and you basically have to pop the bubbles in the order that they appear here. So you're starting with this big, you're always going to be popping the bubble that's in this position. It's like as we pop bubbles, they're going to shift. The colors will shift here. So you hover your mouse over the bubble, you left click, or you hit spacebar. I prefer the spacebar. You do that, and then you can see there the bubbles are kind of shifting on the side, and you just see how fast you can go and how many bubbles you can pop in 30 seconds. And then, after the 30 seconds ends, we go to the stats screen. We see the number of bubbles we have popped. You can see like pops per second and mistakes, number of mistakes that you made. So that's pretty much it. And we're working on multiplayer right now. It's possible. I'm not making any promises, but it is possible that we might have multiplayer live by next week. Maybe. Just maybe. Not making any promises, but I'm feeling like we're getting pretty close. Having the previous bubble appear above the target bubble is confusing. Ala News is now following. Ala News, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. I really do. Thank you, Ala, for the follow. How was that rhyme? Having the previous bubble appear above the target bubble is confusing. Yes. Like this, like having it up there, you're saying? Like the little one, the little like kind of faded out version is what you're saying? Is that exactly what you meant? Having the previous bubble appear above the target bubble is confusing. I gotcha. Yes, the little one. Gotcha. I see that it's confusing. I'm noting that feedback. Yeah, so the point of that, the point of the little bubble being there is that it'll actually come back if you make a mistake. So that's why it's there. And currently, I'm not going to explain the whole little checkpoint system, but basically, until you like pop 4 bubbles, then potentially some of them will come back. So that's why there are the little ones there. Also, why do you need a quit button after the game? If you want to quit, I just close the tab. Well, that's to just go back to the main menu. So currently, there's not really a need for that on the live populus.gg, but it will once there's the multiplayer game mode and then the practice mode. Bumping the mic. The quit button will make a little more sense then. But otherwise, yeah, you could just technically refresh. Refresh or close a tab or whatever. Like quit just takes you back to the main menu. That's all it does. But yes, so I would give a little demo of the multiplayer, but we're currently breaking some stuff here, so let's take a look at what's going on here. Actually, I guess to just show the multiplayer, all we would have to do is this. Nope. Prac button is not defined. Oh, never mind. Yeah. All right. So the whole thing's a little screwed up right now. We gotta fix that. Yeah, it would just make more sense to write main menu on it, maybe, if it's what it does. Maybe. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm going to leave it as quit. I mean, I understand that seems a little weird maybe, but yes. But I like the feedback on the little bubble being annoying. And I will be doing a little more, I have some plans for UI to make the UI a little better in the future. And that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen yet, but at some point I would like to kind of have like the bubbles, these target bubbles be even like bigger, and a little more like, yeah, a little more kind of a little bigger, let's just say. Let's just say that for right now. All right, so let's figure out what we need to fill in for this practice button, because now we're adding in a third button to our main menu. So we've got prac button offset x mult with 1.2, and that's good, I think. So what we want to do is actually we just want to initialize the button with everything set to 0. So the position set to 0, the Y position of the button set to 0. We want the size of the button with a radius set to 0, believe it or not. And then the color, let's just omit color for right now, and it'll just be black. And then on click, whoops, is going to just be blank for right now too. I don't really, we'll figure this out. We'll set these up more properly. We don't really care about all the functionality at this exact moment. And then let's set the text to practice. Okay. All right, so that should give us enough of what we want here. Now, in the resizing function, we want to set the actual positions for this button, because right now we just instantiated a button at position 0, 0 of the screen, 0, x, 0, y of the screen with a radius of 0. So basically that would mean an invisible button. So we want to do, I guess, maybe right here, const prac button r is going to equal config.menu.prac button r ratio. Whoops, I always type an n there on the end of ratio for some reason. Out of habit, T-I-O-N. I like typing T-I-O-N. Basically every word that's T-I-O in English language ends with an N, T-I-O-N, except for the word ratio. So whenever I type the word ratio, I always throw an N on the end. An N on the end. All right, so we're going to do the canvas wrapper times ctx. Canvas.height. Okay. Yes, and this number is not, we have this commented out. So we got to figure out what this number is going to be. And it's going to be somewhere between the tutorial button R ratio and the play button R ratio. So we're just going to do a little lerp to figure out what that number actually should be. So I guess we'll do what 0.12 minus 0.07. Probably should use 0.05. Okay, so 0.05 times 0.05. So 0.07 plus 0.025. 0.07 plus 0.025, right? 0.95. All right, beautiful. 0.095, I should say. Sorry, I should have specified. So 0.095. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. That'll put us with the radius of our button right in between the two. Weemy, I suck at this. Oh, wait a minute here. I missed a couple chats. This game is horrible for people with color blindness. Yes, Kassura, yes. Yes, for sure. There will be some stuff. I will be doing a little more colorblind research to kind of figure out what a good solution for that would be. Because obviously there's different types of colorblindedness, so I'm going to do a little research into kind of like color things that we could maybe come up with. Maybe we could come up with just a color palette that works for a bunch of people, or at least a bunch of types, and then we just stick to that. Weemy, that's why I cheat. Yes. That's how you get 2.1 million clicks then, pops. Make shaped bubbles like stars, diamond shaped hexagon, etc. That's an option. It's a possibility. I'm going to do... What I might end up doing probably before that is maybe colors, but with maybe shapes inside the circles. That way I can just kind of keep like circles being like the thing to do collision with and everything, and checking mouse hits against that. It's possible we do something with like shapes inside of the circles. Okay, so 0.095. We're good with that. We can close the calculator. Okay, so prac button R. I guess let's, where are we going to actually set this? Title, pose, X, title button, play button, set size and pose. Okay, so we need to go down here. We need to do prac button. This is so much better. The stuff we did this morning with refactoring everything is just so much easier to work with now than what this would have been. This would have been a mess before that, doing that little bit of refactor earlier this morning. All right, so we've got a prac button R. So now we just need to figure out what the X and Y positions are. I guess let's just do 0 and 0 for right now, and let's just see if any of this stuff worked. So we do this. There we go. We got a button here, and it's obviously it's at 0, 0 because we just set the radius. We didn't set the X and Y position yet. And it's black. That's fine. We didn't specify a color yet. So to me, this looks about right. Like it's that radius that's kind of right in between this play button and the tutorial button size. So that's probably exactly what we want. We just need to figure out how we're going to position it now. And if I look at my drawing, my sweet pencil drawing, this one's going to have to be the one on the end. Okay, so we're going to need to figure out, this one's going to be that far limit of our group of things on the screen, if that makes sense. So we've got, you know, if you draw an imaginary rectangle around all of our limit, like the lowest one on the y-axis here, the highest one on the y-axis here, the furthest one to the right of the x-axis, the furthest one to the left of the x. That rectangle, basically, we're drawing an imaginary rectangle over that. How do I, yeah, there we go. We can do it like this. So we need to, basically what we need to do is we need to figure out, we're already good with the text. The text part is good. We just need to pick which one is going to be the boundary here. So we need to, currently it's this one. Currently this one is dictating what the boundary of the box is here. Because that's how it is on the current live site. If we go to regular populus.gg, like that on the edge there. Like the colorblind patterns you get in Trello labels. We need me to go show me that. It's quite ingenious. This is a good paper that I use. Nice. Yeah, I love the Trello solution. Cool, cool. Yeah, I also got another article from somebody on, yeah, like color palettes for colorblindedness. So, nice, nice. Yeah, I'll check that out too, Weemy. Thanks for sharing that. Hey, we haven't dropped any frames in a while, I don't think. I probably spoke too soon. It's more like a proper study. Gotcha. All right, so this needs to be our thing. This needs to be our boundary thing now. That's going to be this circle here. So actually, we might be able to, well, I don't know. I'm not going to make that judgment call yet. All right, I'm just thinking out loud. That's all I'm doing here. All right. So, title button offs. Okay. Prac button. Prac button R ratio. Okay. So we need, okay, so we're up here where we're doing play offset X. That's the thing that's important. And we need to change that. We need to create like prac offset. Do I need to say prac button? Yeah, I need to say prac button offset X. Okay. And then we're going to need to come up with, oh, offset X mult, I guess. Play button offset X mult. All right, so let's look at what we've got here. Is this right? Okay, let's look at the GIMP again, actually, and let's look at this side by side with the GIMP. Ooh, okay, not bad. All right, so we want a little more than 1.2. 1.23, I don't know. Whoops. All right, let's go with 1.23 for this multiplier. 1.23 prac button offset. Actually, wait a minute. Before we do that, we're gonna. Oh, I already did that. I literally had a duplicate line right here. Oh, this. Okay, so let's try. All right, I confused myself here. Okay, so it's at 1.1. Let's make this 1.2. Just see what happens. This is probably way too much. Yeah, that was way too much. Okay, so if we look at the GIMP, if we look at the, actually that's not terrible. I'm just kind of looking at the X position of the purple relative to this blue play button right now. That's actually not too bad. That's actually not too bad. We're kind of right on the money there. Maybe like 1.1, maybe like 1 point or 0.015 or whatever. 1.15. What are we at? I don't even know what we're doing here. Kessler, why is it so important to be 99% exactly like the GIMP? It's not really. I'm just kind of eyeballing it. To kind of get at least in the ballpark. And I feel like I'm kind of in the ballpark, obviously, now. That looks pretty good. But bring out the GIMP. GIMP's sleeping. Well, I guess you're going to have to go wake him up now, won't you? Nice. So let's just dial this back a hair here. So play button offset X mult. Yeah, we're gonna do 1.15. We're gonna call that good. All right, so we're gonna do this for the practice button. I don't know about what we're gonna do for the play button. Let's just make this like 1. What if we do that right now? I want to see what that looks like. Okay. What does that look like relative to this? Okay. All right, that's good. Actually, that's not good. All right, so we need to, yeah. Okay, so let's make it maybe something more like 0.8. That's probably 0.75. We'll go way back here. All right, so then this. Yeah, so obviously that overlaps us here. That's okay, though. All right, let's dial it back even further quick. 0.6. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now tutorial button's going to be coming over. All right, so now let's move. So the reason why the text is sliding over, the text scales off of the position of this, whatever, don't worry about it. So it centers everything up. So now we're going to move this guy over. Okay, so eyeballing it with exact math. Yes, you got it, Weemy. All right, so I want to Okay, prac button R. Okay, so we're gonna need to do const prac offset X. Okay, so config.menu.prac button offset X mult. Yes, beautiful. We're gonna do that times canvas wrapper .ctx.canvas.height. All right, so that's prac offset X. So now bound box width. This is where this is the important part. So we're gonna change this to prac instead of play, and then okay, we need to actually set the position now, but we're in the right. Did that move? Felt like that moved. That moved. That totally moved there. Oh, okay. I know why. I know why. All right. So now. All right. Yeah. This is just gonna be kind of a mess of a Band-Aid that we have to tear off here, I think. All right. So what do we have here? Bound box width is the practice off. Yeah, that's probably good. Yeah, and that's why this is like off-centered now. So I think that is good. We need to just position this properly now. Okay, so instead of 0, 0, we would do bound box pose X plus prac offset X. Whoops. And this would be bound box pose Y plus prac button R. Is that right? Is that right? I don't know if that's right. The right pixel is just in your head. Oh, I'm obsessed when it comes to being on the right pixel. The right pixel is just in your head. Yeah. Yeah, because unless you're doing something like, unless you're doing something that's pixel, I don't know. I mean, if you're doing something that's chunky pixels, like very large pixels, you know, like something retro looking, then unless you're doing something where pixels really matter, you know, where the size of pixels really matters. We really don't need to care. All right, so we're getting there. How are we getting the Y position for this? Bound box. Oh, it's just the bound box position Y. Yeah. Okay, that's gonna be another thing. IDK about pixel users just try to keep everything on a grid. So much design, good practice. Just talks about having a visual hierarchy. In other words, a grid. Well, yeah. I mean, it depends on what you're building, Kessler. Yeah. I mean, depends on what you're doing. All right. So. All right, so we're gonna definitely need to change that text. Like tutorial is different, isn't it? Tutorial. No, it's not. What? Why does that look so? Okay, so we are looking good along the width here. We've got an equal amount of white space there, an equal amount of white space there. All right, so we're successfully going off of the button to center everything up, so that's good. And I think the size of the button is good. I'm doing the small window here. I'm doing my really small window. Let's just pull up the GIMP and just kind of see where we're at here. Yeah, okay, so yeah, and the GIMP is not right because obviously look at that, look at how much white space there is on this one, and look at how much white space there is on this edge, so this whole thing is not quite centered up. So now we've centered it up more, and now that kind of makes me think and I don't really know what the solution is for like the height of this, the Y positioning of this. In fact, let me look at the text. Where is... Let's look at the title font. Okay, it's title X pose bound box. What? Title position X equals the bound box position X. What? That doesn't make any sense. You know what? This looks too big. It looks too big. Maybe it's just the font. We'll screw with the font when we get to it. I need to just see it in context with everything close up here. All right, so this is pretty much good. The Y positioning is not good. Now, what is the Y positioning of that button? All right, so really trying to find what we need here. Bound box height. Ooh, maybe that's what I Is that what's screwed up here? Bound box height. Maybe that's okay. All right, so these two lines won't change. This one, tutorial offset. All right, let's look at the GIMP again here. Okay, so the tutorial button is still going to be on the bottom end of things, so that's good. And on the live, yes, okay. Man, why does that looks funky? I guess that's just because of the button sizes. All right, so our bound box goes around the edges there. So this is the bottom of the tutorial button. That's still going to be the bottom edge of a box that surrounds everything. So we drop some more frames. But we're not doing too bad here now. Not doing too bad. Let's see here. Let's see. So practice offset X, practice button R, that's good. This is good. This play button R, height. Why is it play button R? Oh, wow. I did better at this than I realized. Play button R plus, that's not true. That's not true. I did worse. Okay, so the radius of the play button plus the tutorial offset Y position plus the tutorial button radius. Okay, so that's still fine. We just need to actually reset these to be what we want. Trying to convince people at work with some of these things, but no success. Speaking of work, had a minor hell at work today. People just love the ugly stuff in the day. It's hard to tell them. Other people don't see the things as they do. What happened at work today, Weemy? Does this need to be centered? I don't know. I feel like this doesn't need to be centered because our GIMP is not precise enough to tell us that answer. The hand drawing is not quite precise enough. I mean, more or less, this button is kind of centered up with the text. And obviously the Y positioning of everything, like the tag, yeah, I don't know. Plus, this is kind of crooked, so. Let's see here. Let's just try centering this up because I guess I don't really have anything better to do. Even though, well, okay, so here's the thing. I think this button's not going to be centered because this whole unit should be centered, and this button's bigger than this button. So this one should kind of be centered, but like weighted. I don't know. I don't really know. And like my drawing's just, obviously with the squiggles and everything's like imprecise enough to not really. Yeah, I would just have to eyeball it. That's all. That's all we got to do. Just go with the gut. Go with the gut. So I don't know what that means. What do we have right now? What do we have right now? So is this centered right now? I don't really know. All right. Let's just change the Y position of this tutorial button really quickly. Y mult. All right, so it's 0.23. Let's make it 0.2. 0.23. Let's make it 0.3 or 0.4. Just something really outrageous. Okay. All right, so that is, and then this one updated to match. Okay, that's good. That's good. All right, so then what was this? 0.23. I guess we go back to that. Yes. So then, what is the next? What is the next step here? I really don't know. I guess. Man, I feel like that font is going to be too big now. We're going to have to probably tweak that. Aren't we? Okay, so let's look at this. Let's look at, I want to see how I'm centering up the text on screen, the title text, so the Populus words itself. Stream disconnected again. Wow. Are we back? Everything's okay now? Man. This is nuts. All right, let's see. I see myself. Here we go, dropping more frames. Come on. Are we there? Stream disconnected again. Come on. Come on. All right, we're going to have to kill the stream. Well, the stream's already been dead. We're going to have to kill the video. Oh, wait, I hear myself there. All right, we're going to have to kill the stream. Well, the stream's already been dead. We're going to have to kill the video. All right, maybe we're not going to kill it yet then. Okay, let's see here. Okay. All right, are we back? We're back now? Everything seems okay now? I'm going to refresh Stream Manager. All right, now it's fine. It's fast. All right. Okay, well. All right, well, I guess we're back. Kesser's throwing thumbs up. All right. Yeah, all right, well. This is kind of frustrating, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out at some point. All right. Anyway. All right, it just kind of freaked a little bit there for a minute. Kessler, can you draw a grid in your GIMP? It's a good question. I don't know. I assume there's some sort of grid drawing mechanism, but I don't know for sure. Just configure grid. Yeah, I guess you can do that. Solid, horizontal, 10 pixels. I did grid, but I don't know. I don't know what happened. Guess it is hidden. Yeah, I don't know. I've never messed with the grid thing before. I just saw that option there in the menu. I don't know if guides. Oh yeah, maybe that's what you'd have to do. Like new guide. Not sure what's going on there. Yeah, there's definitely a way to do it somehow. 1 live's left. What's going on? 1 live's left. Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. I usually just make a layer, draw a box on the right size, and copy paste to fill. Yeah, I could do that. For sure. I don't know what the right size is. I don't know. We do it thirds or something. I don't know exactly what you're looking for, Kesser. I don't know, just make big squares, try to see if the font fits into your... If your font fits into a bunch of squares and if your buttons align with the square intersections. Well, I mean, with my drawing, I mean, it's a little imprecise, obviously, because it's the right idea, right? Like, it's the ballpark of what I want. But as far as, like, you know, once we put in, like, it's obvious when I put in just the pure white background that stuff is not lined up properly. You know, and it's like, maybe we want, like, if we were to line these up more properly, like, let's just pretend this is lined up the way we want it to be. I guess let's duplicate. Duplicate up. There we go. Merge down. Did I do it right? Okay. So if we did, well, is that actually what I wanted to do? I don't know. If we were to maybe do this better, like if we were to, you know, now I'm really eyeballing it, but I'm at least getting us into the even better ballpark that we want. But I'm not exactly sure, like, I'm not exactly quite sure how exactly I want this to be. So right now, the way it works is it centers up. It basically draws a box, doesn't draw a box. But you pretend there's a box around these elements here, and then it centers up that box, right? So it centers all these things up together. You know, we could do it a little differently. Like if we wanted to... like if we wanted maybe the if we wanted to separate, like obviously our font could go along the halfway line, right? Like we'd want our font to maybe be centered up halfway, like assuming that this is halfway. And then maybe do we want to have this text be centered up along the 1/3 line? That's a good question. I mean, because from what we have right now, like it's kind of like that, but then I'd want this section to maybe be like stretched out a little more. Like if I was going to center the text up along the 1/3 line, and then center this stuff up along the 2/3 line, 2/3 X line. Whoops. If that makes sense. Oh, I guess couldn't. Wait, isn't this a layer? Is this a layer? No. Is that a layer? This a layer? Yeah, that's a layer. I guess I could have. How do I get the size of the layer? I don't know. But we've got a box now, so. 384, 348. Dyslexia, Listexia kicking in there. 348 divided by 3, 116. So let's make the width of this 116, I guess. That would give us 1/3. Right. So like if we were to center the font up along the 1/3, how much would that give us over here? Yeah, that would be too close. That'd be too close. Like we need to do like fifths maybe. Like what is yeah, I don't know. I don't know. All right, do I want what's our original one here? Yeah, actually that makes me think now. Maybe I should move this more this direction. Yeah, I think we should. Now that we really looked at how what? Oh, whoops, 200. There we go. 200%. This one. Yeah, we should really move this one more this direction. That's what we should do. Prac button R ratio. One lives left. You still there? How been how the Jai endeavors been lately? I know you were. I think I saw you were doing some Twitch thing with Jai. Some Twitch bot kind of thing or something like that. All right, so uh-oh, dropping frames. Are we back? No. Are we back now? Maybe. Hello? Come on, catch up. You back? I am back. Oh, there we go. Maybe. I think we just dropped a bunch more frames. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. We're dropping more frames now. All right. Hello. All right. So we're back, I guess. I don't know. Does not seem to be a problem with my internet. You can see the delay in the mini chat. Gotcha. I don't know. Well, I mean, looks like we're okay right now, maybe. The stream manager, the Twitch stream manager is still telling me we're not doing so hot. All right, I got to take a quick bathroom break. It's been a little while. Like a good 15 seconds plus for me. Yikes. Sheesh. All right, well, take a quick bathroom break. We'll see if it's all fixed magically when I come back. All right, be right back. All right, we are back. And now it's at 6,000 frames dropped. Okay, this is outrageous. Outrageous. Okay. Okay. All right, well, it seems to be fine now. I mean, I could go in and drop my bitrate settings, but like I don't want to. I mean, I'd have to kill the stream and do that. But I don't know if that's the problem. Like that doesn't seem to be the problem. Cuz you know, I've been streaming for months with all the same settings, nothing's changed. We're already dropping more frames. Currently dropping more frames. So nothing's changed. We're already dropping. Yeah. Drop more frames dropping. I mean, come on. Now I just figured it out off screen. Off stream, I assume you're talking. Yeah, I don't know, but now it's just getting worse. Like it wasn't like this morning it was kind of it would pop up and then there'd be some more and then there was some more and then we like disconnected twice. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, yeah, Codico sent that nice inspector.twitch.tv or whatever to check, which seems pretty cool. I'd like to mess around with that and check that out. Weemy, brain melting, tired. Yeah, you're probably, it's getting late for you. It's getting late. Going to sleep. Yeah. Hey, have a good night, Weemy. Thanks for hanging out, as always. Good luck with your multiplayer. Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully we'll be live with the multiplayer before too long. Before too long. Although this menu stuff's driving me crazy. Just moving things around is kind of a pain. So, yeah. But thanks for hanging out, Weemy. I appreciate it as always. I gotta catch your stream at one at some point. Now that you're back to it. All right. So, you know what? I feel like the font is probably too big. Like it matches more or less what we wanted from the GIMP, but I feel like it's too big unless we go more wide. I don't know. I don't want it to fit like perfectly in a 16:9 ratio. It's kind of what I don't really want. I don't know. Anyway, let's just keep pushing along here. So I want to bring this one down a bit. Or I want to look first at how the font is lined up there. Okay, so title, okay, that's the font size. Where do we do that? Okay, title pose Y. Oh, we are centering it up on screen there. Oh, maybe I thought that was what I was looking at before. Bound box, yeah, okay. All right, so canvas wrapper dot half height. What if we did this? Actually, wait a minute. No, I don't want I don't want to do the 2/3. I don't want to do the 1/3. Fix this to the 1/3 line. I don't want that. We need to do it like this. This is better, I think. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is not the right one. This one can be refreshed. Yeah, we can look at this one, the big one. Yeah, the font is just too big. It's too big. So let's back it off. Let's back the font off a bit. Title font ratio, menu title font ratio. Okay, so 0.2. Let's make it 0.1. It was 0.15 before. Let's do 0.17, 0.18. How about? So that will bring that down just a hair. Let's do 0.15 for a second. This is what it's currently, yeah, that's the current live version. So maybe 7.5. All right. All right, so our font size is beefed up a little bit from what it was there before, but from the current live site. Okay. All right, this is better. This is better. Yeah, I feel like while I like what we did in GIMP, I feel like this is too big. These are too big relative to the size of the screen. That's what I feel. I don't want it that big. But I want it a little bigger than what it is now on the live site. Okay, so what do we need now? Man, a bunch more frames dropped. We're at 10% for 25 minutes. All right, so let's do what are we? All right. Let's maybe center up. Let's just see what this looks like. And I think this is not going to look good. Okay, so Hang on, I'm just looking at, I see we still are dropping frames every so often. And I just want to see if there's anything else. Yeah, there's like a spike maybe when we drop frames. All right, anyway, I got to stop doing this. Can I make that longer? All right, we won't worry about it on stream. We won't worry about it on stream. We'll get it figured out later. All right, so all right, so let's center this practice button up along the y-axis, so, or along the halfway line there. So practice button offset X, practice button R. What are we setting for the height? Bound box. Okay, so that's, or that's the Y position. Set size input. Okay, that's the X. Then this is the Y. Bound box pose Y. Press prac button R. Okay, so let's make this canvas wrapper dot half height. Okay. Yeah, that's already not going to be right. It's got to be like weighted up a little bit. All right, so this needs to be moved over a bunch. And I guess that will be, that's just a matter of the play button offset X, right? Config, menu. Oh, here we are. Play button offset X 0.6. Let's make it, or 0.9, 0.9 maybe. Oh, that was weird. All right, so that's too close. That's too close, but we're getting there. Yeah, they need to be like, do we maybe move this one over a little bit here? Maybe we move the practice button over. Practice button, what if we move this to like 1.2? Yeah, that's a little better there, I think. All right, and then let's move the tutorial button over. Tutorial button, offset X, mult, we're at 0.8. This one needs to be like 0.1 or 1.1 maybe. Whoa, too much. Okay, so like what was it at? It was at 0.8 before, wasn't it? Maybe we need to do 1. Coconut Iraqi. What's going on? Bro, I'm going to say it's JavaScript's inheritance. Whoa, wait. I'm going to say it. JavaScript's inheritance is weird to me. IDK. To be honest, Coconut Iraqi, I'm not even... Okay, this is looking a little bit better here. A little bit better. We're almost there. We're getting there. We are getting there. Something seems a little weird with this still, but we're getting there. the text, we got to fix that. But yeah, and Coconut Iraqi, I actually haven't used a whole lot of like JavaScript's typical like prototype inheritance, whatever that even means. I have not done a ton with that myself. Like I'm going from C++ to JavaScript. Code to code, just don't use prototypal inheritance, problem solved. Nice. Yeah, and I mean, it's like C++ is going to be way more like formal rules, I guess, and everything. JavaScript's going to be a lot more like fluff. A lot more fluffy. Yeah, so I would say the prototypal stuff is kind of weird. I don't think many devs use it anymore, to be honest. Probably not. Yeah, I just never see anything on it anymore, and that's why I don't even really know about it, because I've just never even really used it. I mean, there is a class. I don't know if you're familiar, Coconut Iraqi, but there is a class keyword in there's no multiple inheritance or anything like that in JavaScript, but you can kind of fake it with mix-ins and stuff like that. I don't know if I actually do that at all. I don't think I do any mix. I do I have like a debug class that I use. Like if I want to put some extra debug things out there, I have like a mix-in for it. So like I don't have to use that debug thing everywhere all the time. If I just add it in when I need to. But I mean, there's a class, and you can extend, you can, single inheritance things. And I mean, I'm not the biggest object-oriented person anyway. In fact, I don't like object-oriented stuff really anyway. And I don't really use, well, yes, I'm using class and I'm using inheritance. It's not really a super object-oriented mindset of inheritance and everything. But I'm trying to learn C myself, Coconut Iraqi. So I'm kind of going the other way, maybe. A little C++ too here and there. Thanks for the follow, Coconut Iraqi. I really appreciate it. I really do. Thank you. But I mean, I feel like for the most part with like the ES6 class keyword and everything, I mean, it's kind of a syntactic sugar coating for the prototype system, I think, but I don't know. I mean, it gets you most of the way, I think, with a lot of, as far as what you can do with inheriting things and extend, it's got an extends and everything. But yeah. Yes. So trying to see if this menu is decent or not, if it's what I'm looking for right now or not. Colors, no, don't worry about the colors right now. We'll get to the colors later. Obviously, our little O button here is misaligned. We'll get to that too. But I'm just trying to see, like, is this working for me? Is it doing it for me? I think it is. We need to shrink the text a little bit for the practice button. I really don't like the size. We need to make it a little smaller. What is the font size of, let's do, okay, so title button, play button, prac button. Okay. So let's, after this, we're going to do prac button dot font. Is that one of my things? Prac button dot, oh no, text. text.font.size, or we want to console log that. Whoa, I actually typed the whole thing out that time. What? Okay. There we go. Okay, 24.8254. Okay, so let's make this smaller. Let's make it 20. We're going to override it with 20. But to do that, we can't. It's not that simple. We need to do this. We need to do. Okay, so that was, what was that? 0.24 or 24.8254. Okay, so 24.8254, and then we're going to divide that by. We're going to take that and divide it by the canvas wrapper dot ctx.canvas.height. Okay. 0.045-ish, 0.045. We'll say 0.0446 just for the extra precision. So 0.0446. All right, so I'm trying to figure out, I want to scale the font size down of the practice a little bit. Because right now, the font size of this, the way I have my button class set up is the button font, the font size scales up to what it's like some sort of ratio of the font size to the radius of the button. So it like automatically gets filled in. And you can override it if you want. And in other words, I want to override it because I don't like the way it looks. The word practice in the bubble just looks bad. You know, like we've got like all this extra like padding, so to say, inside of the button. And the tutorial, I don't know, it doesn't look as bad, I guess, maybe because it's just a lot smaller. I don't know. But the practice looks bad to me. So I want to make the font of practice like a slightly smaller. But what we need to do is actually, we need to take, like, what were we going to say? We were going to 0.044. Okay. So we can't just simply figure out what the new, what was I saying? We can't just figure out what that new font size is going to be because it could change. It changes, right? When we scale the window, everything changes. So we got prac button font ratio. So the current one is 0.0446. So let's plug that in, just make sure everything's working. So when we go to menu, oh, I just closed it. When we go to menu, whoops. We go to menu, title button, play button, prac button. Okay, if we pass, we can pass a font size, right? We've been doing that for title. Okay, that's for the font. Let's look at the button class really quickly here. Man, we've been dropping more frames. We've been sitting at like this perfect 10% dropped frames. That's terrible. That's awful. 10%. All right. Okay. Okay. What am I looking for? The button class. We're going to look at our button class here. And I want to see exactly what happens when I call it. Okay, so set size and pose. So this is a method on our button object. And we pass a radius, an X position, a Y position, and a font size optionally. So if we don't pass the font size, then it uses the calculated font size, which is based upon the radius of the button. Some sort of font to radius ratio. That's what that thing is there. So it multiplies that by the radius of the button, and then that's how it figures out what the font size needs to be. but I want to override it. So if I pass optionally a font size, then we'll actually use that font size. So if you passed a font size, we'll use that font size. Otherwise, we're going to do that calculated radius ratio thing times the ratio times the radius, and that gives us what we want. So I think what I want to do maybe is just do title button, play button, practice button. Okay, and then we'll do font size, I believe is what we want to specify there. Now what? Now actually what happens if I do that? Okay. Yeah, so that's fine because it probably gets set again to whatever the automatic one. All right, so we want to take, what do we do? 0.0446. All right, so we're going to do config. Well, why am I doing this? 0.0446. Let's just make this 045. Prac button R, font R ratio 0.045. So then prac button is going to have an extra thing we do here, and then this is going to be config.menu.prac button font ratio times canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height. Okay, so that should be good, 0.045. And then what we want to do is we want to bring this down just a tad. So like maybe 0.043. Let's just see what that looks like. So we do that. Okay, that's not enough. So maybe 0.04. There we go. We're getting a little more in the ballpark of what needs to look good. Let's just try like 3.5, something significantly smaller. Yeah, that's probably too small. Now we're almost the practice text. Actually, is that bad? Play practice tutorial. I don't know. I feel like the colors are just what's screwing me up now. .037. Maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little tad bigger there. Maybe 3.8. Yeah, at this point, those 100th of a point there is not making a significant difference. I can't believe tutorial. Is tutorial really? Yeah, sure enough. 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah. All right, so this is pretty much getting there for the most part. Yeah, we just need to dial in some actual cool colors. All right, so all right, this guy needs to come down a hair and then over. Okay. All right, so the red thing. All right, so that's title button RE. Okay, so that's good. Title button. Okay, so this we're just lining up by hand. Okay, so it needs to come down a hair on the Y. So let's do like 0.08, just see what happens. Nothing. Absolutely nothing happened. Let's go 0.1. Okay, too much. So 0.9, 0.09. See what happens. That's not too bad there. All right, so let's line up the. Okay, so we had this. This is like really specific. 0.1265. Okay, so this needs to come this direction a little bit, so it's got to be a little bigger. Maybe let's just try 0.13. Okay, I feel like that barely did anything. 0.14. Okay, getting there. 0.145. All right, that's almost there. Almost there. So 0.146. Is that maybe going to be too much? Ooh, 0.147. Let's see how we're doing. Ooh, not bad, not bad. .148. Is that going to throw us? I'm just going to do it until I feel like we're going the other direction. That feels pretty center to me. All right. We just keep dropping more frames, but the percentage is going down, so that's better, I guess. Yikes. All right. All right, so that's not too bad. I feel like, well, we beefed up the font a little bit, but maybe we don't want the font that beefy. Maybe we do want it the way it was, because nothing else really changed. Yeah, I feel like it's a little too, I don't know. Part of that could just be yeah, it's like when I see this one, I kind of like it more. And maybe we can bring this one in a bit more, too. Maybe, yeah, let's try this. We're going to make the font a little bit smaller. We're going to make the font just a little bit smaller. So we're going to do menu title font ratio. We're going to make it, I don't know, let's try 0.01. Oh, no, we got it right here, 0.15. Okay, so we'll just match it up. Oops. All right, so there, those font sizes should be the same between the two windows. And then, oh boy. Okay, we could bring, yeah, I feel like we could bring this in just a tad. Could bring the practice button in just a bit here. So let's go, okay, config. Menu title font ratio. Yeah, I kind of like 0.15 again. So let's do that. And we're going to bring the play button offset X. Okay, so we're going to bring the practice button offset X mult in. Let's do 1.1 and just see what happens. Okay, so that, yeah, that's gonna shift all that in. All right, so we took 0.1 off. Wait, what was it before? 0.1 point. Okay, so hang on. Let's do the math here. Whoops. Okay, so we did one. Actually, no, we can't do them. We can't do. Yeah, we just take point. We're gonna go 1.1, and then we're gonna go 0.8, and then 0.8, and then we're going to go tutorial button. This will be 0.9. I think. Did I do that right? Did I do that math right? I think so. Yeah, except maybe these need to be like just a little tighter. So maybe like 0.92. Ooh, actually, maybe just that one looks better. What was it before? It was 0.9. Yeah, that's like too far that way. 0.92 just feels a little better here. 0.92. Maybe let's bring this down a little bit. Offset Y mult. Let's try 0.25. Yeah, see, this is all just not super exciting stuff. Let's do that. Let's bring this back to 0.9. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is feeling better or not. I'm probably still going to be playing around with this. There we go. All right, so let's line up the red thing. Or wait a minute, we can't necessarily line up the red thing. Be in the game. What's going on, be in the game? Good to see you. Good to see you. What's the game? Yeah, I'll give you a little demo here. I'll give you a little demo. It's been a while since I've given a demo today. Be in the game. Thanks for the follow. I readily appreciate it. I really do. Sorry for the stream quality. I'll apologize right now for that because it seems like we've just been dropping frames all over the place. So I really got to take that offline and figure out what's going on. But yeah, we're working on my game Populus. It's a stupid game. It's not super exciting. I threw it down there in the chat if you're interested. Populus.gg. That's Populus.gg. It's not bad. All right, you already been playing it, I guess. All right. Well, there you go. It's not bad. Well, yeah, I guess you kind of already saw what it is. I'm here on the live. I'm on the live Populus.gg right now. Basically, you got to just pop these bubbles as they appear here, or as from this first bubble here. You got 30 seconds to pop as many as you can. So you hover your mouse over that bubble. So this first one, the orange one, we're always popping the bubble that's going to end up in this position. These colors are going to slide up. So to pop the bubble, you hover your mouse over the bubble, and you left click or you hit the space bar. I prefer the space bar. And then you just you let her rip. You see how many you can get in 30 seconds. Time's up. Then you see your count there at the end, like how many bubbles you popped in the time and how many pops per second and how many mistakes you made. Yeah. It's not bad. The stream. Oh, okay. Okay. Nice. Yeah, see, I never know what the chat's talking about. Okay. Yeah, it looks like we dropped a couple more frames in there at some point, so. By a couple, I mean like a few hundred. But yeah, that's pretty much the game. We're working on multiplayer. Well, I'm not currently working on multiplayer at the moment. I'm just working on reorganizing the main menu to factor in for a new button, to be able to have a new button for the multiplayer. The game is dope. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. So yeah, so the multiplayer, sorry, I was just on a little side thought there. The multiplayer we can give a little demo of that here. Oops, maybe not. All right, so I'm still got to change a few things here. Obviously, there's some nasty text and everything on the screen. Don't really need to worry about that. Yeah, so then multiplayer, basically, two players can connect and play a game, and they're basically popping their own individual copies of the same bubbles. So they're racing to see who pops the most bubbles in 30 seconds, obviously. Well, that's maybe not so obvious. But they're popping the exact same bubbles. So if I get them both to like the same point here, you can see it's the same. They end up at the same point, or they have the same bubbles, same colors and positions and everything and sizes. But they're popping them completely independent of each other and just racing to see who gets the most at the end. And then at the end, we see a stat screen where the red is representative of the opponent, your opponent. So this is your score in blue. Your opponent is red. And I just happen to pop the same exact amount of bubbles for both players. What's all the points for? And is it SVG? Points. I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. Points. SVG, no, it is all HTML5 canvas. So I have a canvas element that just fills out the width of the screen, width and height of the screen, basically the whole window, and then it resizes if you resize it. And then I'm just drawing. I have kind of like my own little. I'm using the 2D canvas context for drawing stuff on the screen, so that lets you draw text and shapes pretty easily. And then I kind of have my own little game engine kind of wrapping around that to kind of manage everything and, menus and like the gameplay itself and that sort of thing. You were adjusting decimals. Yeah, I'm working on like the resizability of not the resizability. I'm working on kind of the layout of the main menu. So all these elements are actually just drawn on canvas. It's not HTML. These aren't HTML. This isn't CSS that's doing the animations. It's all just within my little game engine. So I'm kind of the way I have it set up to resize is like I'm expressing like the sizes of these, like the buttons, let's say, in a ratio of their radius divided by the height of the screen. Which is not kind of the best way. I'm kind of realizing there's probably maybe better ways I can do it. So basically the thing just resizes when you change the height of the screen. It doesn't actually do anything when you change the width. Well, it recenters, but it doesn't change size. So the sizes of all this stuff is like expressed in like that ratio of basically like the size that I want this button to be is going to be some sort of number divided by the height of the screen in pixels. So that's what like all these little decimal points are. Like this practice button R ratio is like 0.019 or 0.095 is basically you're taking the height of the screen in pixels, multiplying it by 0.095, and that gives you the ratio, or that gives you the radius of this practice button. It's basically what's happening. And like I have to kind of adjust all those little things bit by bit to kind of tweak the positions of everything, and it's kind of a mess, but for the most part, it works. So I might be doing like a refactor on that, kind of just making everything a little more robust, a little more, I don't know, a little better. Well, one thing I would like to do is have maybe like a some sort of screen management thing, because really what dictates whether you're on a screen or not is like basically you click a button and that button will fire an event. So the button has like an on-click method, kind of like an HTML button would or something. You've got an on-click function you can specify. So like when you click that, it fires an in-game or a game engine event, and then that directs you to a certain thing. Be in the game, just subscribe? What? What are you, nuts? No, be in the game. I really appreciate that. I thank you very much for that. That's awesome. And you gifted a sub? What are you? Be in the game. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I really do. And you gave a sub to Colin. Colin deserves a sub, I would say. So thank you, Be in the Game. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. Am I saying your name right? Because now that you've subscribed, I should at least learn how to say your name. Be in the game. Be in the game. In the game. Binth the game. Support. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. So were you you were a developer of some kind? Be in the game? I mean, you're asking about SVG and stuff, so I assume you probably do some web development maybe of some kind. It's an assumption. Yeah. All right. I'm sorry. We just keep dropping frames. We're like consistently. It's like no matter what, no matter how long we keep going the stream. Now we've been going an hour. It still is like 10% dropped frames. So that's like 6 minutes of dropped frames, isn't it? That's insane. That's ridiculous. All right. Yeah, front end, Python, React mainly. Gotcha. Cool. Good deal. Done a fair bit of React myself. I'm not really I don't really consider myself too much of a front end developer. I know I'm building a web game, obviously, but yeah, the game itself is just mostly just vanilla JS, I guess. Oh, said yes to saying my name correct. Gotcha. Well, thanks again. Thanks again for the sub and the gift, the gifted sub and everything. I really, really do appreciate that. And our little sub count down there should update. It should be up to like 12 now. We're getting close to like unlocking a new emote. I think at 15 subs we unlock a new emote, so that's pretty awesome. I need to just in general upgrade my little on-screen stuff here. Make it a little better. Dropping more frames. I'm literally watching the counter move right now. Hang on, I'm going to pull up Task Manager while I see that happening. Might be too late. Might already be too late. All right, yeah, I think it just stopped dropping frames. All right, hang on. I just want to see this real quick before we... Yeah, it might have been too late. Too little, too late. Ooh, there's a couple more drops. You know what? You know what that looks like to me? What? That's way beyond the game. What is going on? No. You didn't have to do all that. That's ridiculous. Sorry for blowing up the chat. No worries. No worries. Psh. All right, be in the game. You win. Now that you've given me all these subs, I think I can retire from streaming. And no, be in the game. That's ridiculous. Thank you so much. Very humbled. I'm very humbled. Five more. You did 5 more gifted subs. That's insane. That's ridiculous. Blue, loving the progress on this already. Thanks, Blue. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I think, I mean, I don't like the color. I mean, obviously, I want to do some colors. I want to get better colors here. I don't want to have a black practice button, but, well, I don't know. Maybe we will do something like that. I gotta dial in some nicer colors. That's obviously, technically, that'll be easy to do. So we got to do that. But we're at 17 subs now. Be in the game. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You're bonkers. Man, on a day when we just continuously drop frames, getting all these subs. Got to drop frames more often. So, yeah, so I mean, I feel like this layout is probably good enough. Second emote time, very poggers. Yes, for sure. For sure. It's crazy. More gifts? Psh. Be in the game. All right, sorry, I'm getting suspected spam calls on my phone here. Be in the game. You're nuts. You're nuts. No, I really do. I really do appreciate it. I'll sit here and say it all day how much I appreciate it. It's true. All right. But in the game, that wasn't me. Nice. Nice. Dropping more frames. I'm watching the counter go. Hang on. You know what? Okay, I just happen to have Task Manager open here. All right, get this. Get this, you guys. I happen to have Task Manager open here. I'm watching my Ethernet adapter. And when my frame drops, like, so I'm streaming at like 25 kilobytes per second here. Or sorry, 2,500 kilobytes a second. So I'm seeing that spike, just kind of this like nice dip up and down in Task Manager on the charts. And then when we drop frames, it basically goes out to 0 here. So that, I guess I could have pulled that up, right, to show you. All right, so it's going off screen, but that was when we were dropping frames. So it's not the network. It's not the network, because if it was my ISP or something, then this would be fine. So I'm telling you, it's OBS. OBS is the problem. All right, so I'm sorry. I don't want to keep bringing this up, but I do. But like, this is the normal traffic, right? My bit rate is like, if we go to Twitch, we see a nice solid 2444 kilobytes per second. And that's what we're seeing in, oh, there it is right there. There it is, drop frames. Drop frames. Look at that. So that's OBS. That's all on OBS right now. Got to switch to general OBS or OBS Live. Yeah, so then here's some big spikes of it trying to do the buffering probably to like recover. That's awful. All right, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to have to update OBS and test this because now that Be in the Game's gifted all those subs, I can't afford to screw this up. I'm a professional now. It means I'm a professional now. Look, we're dropping more frames right here. Are we? Oh yeah, it's just going up. All right. Streamlabs OBS sucks. All the other streamers I've talked to always have problems with Streamlabs. Yeah, I might have to go back to just general OBS again. Doesn't Slobs just run OBS under the... Yeah, Streamlabs OBS is just OBS. It's just their own... It's Streamlabs... Because OBS is open source or whatever, so I assume it's just their own little version of it. Blue, but there's some bloat stuff with it, to my understanding. Ends up using more CPU, GPU as well. Gotcha. I mean, I've never had any issues with it. I've been using Streamlabs almost the entire time, and just one day, I think it was last Monday's stream, I noticed the window just like refreshed. Like it didn't like crash, but like the whole window like refreshed, and then a fancy Electron app wrapped around it. Actually, it is Electron, isn't it? I bet you it is Electron. That's awful. Why would they do that? Because Electron's always going to be, it's always going to be slow versus doing a native thing. You know? It's the same reason why web apps feel like garbage usually compared to just native, what you can do in a native desktop app. Populus shouldn't feel like garbage, though. I hope Populus doesn't feel like garbage. Speed Typer doesn't feel like garbage. When I type with Speed Typer, it feels great. Codico. It really does. You guys should check out Codico's game, by the way. Speed Typer. I'm going to post it in the chat because, especially for those of you, I mean, yeah, you guys need to check out Codico's game. And he works on it while he streams. Yeah, it definitely is Electron now that I almost guarantee it's got to be an Electron app. We can check. Or no, I guess actually to check, couldn't we just go... Where's like the about? I don't care. It's all right. Populus feels great. Thanks, Codico. No, but well, I don't know. I was gonna say. I mean, I don't know what I was gonna say. Populus is garbage. Let's all be honest here. All right, so I don't really know what I want to do at this point. Like, obviously this little guy's misaligned, but I don't know if I want to like realign these at all. I don't really know. 41 popped. So self-deprecating, it's great. I like self-deprecating, you know. It's a garbage game anyway, but you know, might as well just bash it. And that way, if somebody hops on your stream and starts bashing your own game, you can kind of just be like, yeah, I know it's terrible. What do you know? If you got somebody who really comes in and is like, oh, your project you're working on sucks. If you're already bashing it, then they can't, you know, then them bashing it doesn't really do anything for them, you know. 41 popped, Codico. Not bad. You're working your way up there. Actually, I don't know what you got. I don't know what your previous record was, but I gotta turn off my space heater. No, I mean the project is great. Oh, I thought you meant the self-deprecating was great. I thought you were on. You were joining me with the loving the self-deprecating. I think I'm kind of capped at around 40. Reach my potential. You can do more. I'm not saying you should. I'm not saying you should try. I'm not saying you should play it and try to do more. But are you using the space bar, Kodako? The space bar helps. Like if I do, yeah, I like it a lot better than, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how fast I could go without space bar, but I feel like clicking, oh boy. I feel like I'm clicking right now. Like I'm clicking the mouse to pop, right? And I feel like the muscles in my hands are like different. Versus if I use the space bar, like there's no pressure to like click. You know, like I'm not tensing up to click the mouse button. Anyway. Yeah, space bar now. All right. Well, I guess we could do the under the hood stuff here. We could do we got to fix these buttons. Because right now, this thing is the multiplayer button. Because this thing technically is a button. And we need to get rid of, this isn't going to be the multiplayer button anymore. This is going to be the multiplayer button. This is going to be the practice button. Man, I don't like looking at this. We got to figure out some colors and stuff to make this better, but I don't really want to do that on stream because it's kind of boring. 46. Nice. Nice. If I went, let me try. We're going to go regular populus.gg live. No funny business right now. And I'm going to try with mouse clicks because normally I do the space bar to pop, but I'm just curious. I'm just curious about the mouse click thing because obviously like that's what you do when you play first person shooters. And like I like playing Quake. I'm a big Quake fan. I like the railgun. I consider myself a pretty good railgun shooter in Quake. And I just want to see how I do like click wise if I'm clicking the mouse rather than, I already don't like it very much. Oh, bad. Okay. 64. Okay. So I'm gonna try one more. I just want to try one more here. I'm gonna see how I do here. I feel like I'm by clicking. Oh boy, because it's so much clicking. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know. And I do like so much wrist movement with my mouse rather than like arm movement. I don't know. 79. Okay. All right. That was a little better. But I think your eye coordination is just much better. Well, I mean, I don't know. I've just popped about 1 million bubbles, you know, with this over the time of development. So, but then like Truyaksky comes in and sets, you know, he was doing like 100 pops. Like he did like 90 something, I think, just like on his first try. I don't know if it was his first try, but within like the first minutes of him playing, within the first couple games that he played, he did 100 and some, or he did 90 something, or maybe above 100. I don't remember. It was something like that. And, you know, so he had some sort of like natural ability for it. I don't know. But all right. Yeah, let's do the under the hood stuff for these buttons actually, because the play now needs to become the practice, and the red button now needs to become the play. So this is going to be just super simple. Let's get rid of this console log. And then, okay, so we've got, okay, so this is the play button. This needs to become the practice button on click now. Play becomes this. Okay, and then the play becomes this. Find match. Beautiful. And then this is just going to be an empty function. Beautiful. All right. I think that puts us exactly where we want to be. So this doesn't do anything anymore. This is a button, but it doesn't do anything. And then this play button. Okay, that doesn't work either. What in the world? 3, 2. Okay, so the practice button worked, but why didn't the play button work? Event emitter. Oh! Whoops. Okay, that was wrong. I made it a function that created a new function that didn't do anything because it was just a... Okay. Yeah. Be careful with your copy and paste. All right, so there, now we do play, finding opponent. Beautiful. Okay. All right, so be aware, anyone out there watching, that when this Populus goes live, currently on populus.gg, play means a single-player practice game, right? But that's changing now. So if we go over to the development version, play is going to be the multiplayer. Play is going to be the one-on-one. Practice is going to be the single player. So, you know, since nobody plays the game anyway, I don't feel like I really need to like specify or something to make a difference or to say anything different about that. Yeah, I'm going to need to like sleep on this a little bit, sleep on the menu a bit and just see. I feel kind of like, you know what I kind of feel like? I feel like we maybe do need to we either need to beef up the font size here back again or shrink this down a little bit, shrink this button down a bit, shrink this button down a bit, shrink this button down a bit. Let's try that real quick. And I don't know if it should be like a percentage thing or like a hard pixel thing. I really don't know. Let's just try something real quick because, okay, so we got title button, we got play button, R ratio. Okay, so let's make that slightly smaller. Oh, and other thing, I can get rid of these comments now. And these are old. All right, so we've got play button, R ratio, prac button, R ratio. Okay, so then we're going to duplicate this one, make this slightly smaller. So let's go, our play button, R ratio, let's just go down point. Let's just see what happens if we do this. And tutorial button, R ratio. Let's put these up. Yeah, I kind of like the R being up. Okay, there we go. So this is the play button, this is the practice button, this is the tutorial button. All right, so we just dropped, okay, we dropped all these down. Let's see what that looks like. Whoops. Oh, it kind of doesn't work because now they're like too far spaced out. All right, so never mind. Forget that. Let's just delete these. All right, so there we go, there we go, there we go. All right. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we do need to beef up the font a little bit again. What did we have it at before? Menu title font ratio. We're at 0.15. Let's go 0.17. I don't remember what we did it the other time. That's better, but like these things all... No, that's not better. What does the GIMP look like again here? The GIMP. That's kind of the same thing as what we've got, isn't it? Like that's really not too far off of my pencil drawing. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like actually the sizes are almost like spot on for the most part. I mean, like not quite exactly, but like the size and positions are almost centered almost spot on lined up. A little bigger here maybe. But then the font is not, yeah, that's kind of what's getting me right now, is like the font needs to be bigger. This one is like a little bit screwed up because this is not like directly centered. Like, isn't this R? Yeah. Yeah, like I centered stuff up. Whoops, Alt Tab, that's what I want to do. Yeah, like I need, all right, let's get rid of the background. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I don't like stuff like spread out so much like that. All right. I don't know. I need to like sleep on it, you know? All right, let's do that. Let's just let's line this red thing back up, and then we'll sleep on it. We'll see how it goes. At some point, I'm gonna have to do the colors and everything, because I for sure want to get rid of the tutorial being gray. Because somebody in the chat mentioned that the gray tutorial button, they thought it was like disabled, and I was like, that's actually fair. That's fair. So yeah. Anyway, I want to look at this. I want to look at the pencil one again. I want to do this with the pencil one. Yeah. All right. So, man, we still just keep dropping frames. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Another streamer is having issues with his frames, and I feel like it's related. Thanks for the report on that being the game. Thanks for that. Yeah, this definitely seems like it's kind of on an interval. Like, boom, all of a sudden a bunch of drop frames, then it's fine. Boom, all of a sudden, you know, like there's... Because now that the fact that I'm at like 10%, it's been at like 10% dropped frames consistently means that as time goes on, since the stream like restarted, so we've been going an hour and a half now since this stream started, and we've lost 10% of frames since that. It's just been continuously like 10%, because like we lose more frames, then that puts us up to 10% again. Some time passes, we lose some more frames, you know, so it goes down from 10%, but then we lose some more frames, we go back up to 10%. Time passes and it's fine, we lose some more frames and it goes up to 10%. And at this point, it's just like, yeah, it's like that, it's like an interval. Kodako, actually my Chrome is having huge problems. Interesting. With Twitch or just in general, you're saying? Feels unlikely though. Oh, in case there could be some problem with that and Electron. Gotcha. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Like a Chromium, like some issue with Chromium currently. I don't know when the last update was for that. But the fact that, well, yeah, I don't know. I'll probably do an update to OBS, to Streamlabs OBS. Slobs, I like that. slobs, and then I definitely think it's a problem with Streamlabs OBS because, like I said, it like the whole like window like shut down the other day and like came back. And not like shut down, but like it did the loading thing. You know how like when you start it, it does this whole loading process, which is like embarrassingly really long. Embarrassingly long for Streamlabs, that is. Like versus just plain OBS, you just launch that and it just whoop, opens up all the way perfectly. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we end up going with here. It's been crashing every 15 minutes or so, but I feel like it should probably be something on my end. Gotcha. Hey, wait a minute. Did I miss? Oh, I missed that before. Canhorn is paying it for. I missed that. Okay, so that's why BN the game said that wasn't me. Okay, so I missed that. Canhorn, thank you very much for paying it forward. I appreciate that. Sorry I didn't read that properly, but Canhorn doled out that sub before. So thank you very much, Canhorn. Man, you guys are nuts. Yeah, we're at 17 subs right now. What in the world? All right. Well, yeah, like I was saying, let's line up our red thing here. And then, yeah, let's line up the red thing and then see what we end up with here. So lining the red thing up is always kind of a pain. Where is it? Where do we do that? Up here? Back at the menu. What happened to the menu thing? There we go. Okay. So title button R. Let's just do that. Okay, so title button offset X mult. Okay, so what do we need to do here? We need to come back. So we need to go a little less along this. We need to do like point. Let's just try that. Let's see what that does. Okay, that didn't do anything. Point. Okay, that's a little better there. All right, and then this one might be too far. Okay, yep, too far. So point. Let's just dial it in. 0.25. 0.2126. Maybe a little hair bigger there. All right, then I think that's all right. And then let's go up. Okay, so to go up, then we would do 0.0. Let's just try 0.08. Ooh, not bad. 0.08. So we want to do 0.08. 0.078 maybe. And maybe just a hair more up. So 0.077. That's maybe a little too much. All right, I feel like that's good enough. Okay. So that'll be good. That puts us in, that lets it so that everything rescales and everything properly. So, yeah. And then there's like an offset thing. So that's why it like works when you make it too small there. All right. So that's looking pretty good here. Yeah, I'm not really quite liking this, but we'll, I'm not liking it yet. We'll see what we can come up with here. I might even do some just, you know, kind of like put these things in GIMP, cut them out, kind of line them up a little better. We might do that. But at this point, it just kind of requires some tweaking, some things. And I'd like to do that maybe off stream. Whoa, you know what? It is OBS's problem. It's totally OBS's problem. OBS is like really, is it? It feels really delayed. Usually OBS does not feel so delayed here. Okay. Anyway. All right, so let's do something else here. I guess maybe what we want to do now is actually look at, well, let's pull up the Trello. Let's pull up the Trello here and actually look at what's going on. Bekitty, you are frozen. Try refreshing your window, Bekitty. Because I think Trello here and actually look at what's going on. Maybe it might be way behind. Can you hear me, Bekitty? When's the last time you updated your graphics drivers? That's an interesting question to be in the game. I feel like I did the last NVIDIA driver. Well, we've got a driver ready. NVIDIA game ready, GeForce drivers available. Freezes every now and then when you drop frames a lot. Gotcha. Yeah, but Kitty might have just hopped in right as it looked like it was. It didn't look like it was, the frame drop was going up, but yeah. As soon as the stream's done, I'm gonna screw around with that stuff. You could try that, make it your frames back up. Maybe IDK. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem to be any sort of issue with GPU performance at all, because I can see the GPUs, my GPU stats here, and everything seems to be totally fine. It's running nice and cool. But yeah, I mean, it's worth checking it out for sure. And yeah, like I was saying, updating Streamlabs too, and just seeing. Don't know when I last updated that, but 52. I told you, Kodako. Sick. Kodako just hit 52 pops. That's my boy. All right. Okay, so wait, this one's good now, right? Oh. All right, I wanted to look at the Trello real quick. So we got new main menu layout for multiplayer. Okay, so what do we have for this? We have a checklist, don't we? Change color, tutorial, okay. Let's just see here. We got, I'll just say update colors. Just update this. Update colors. Find new color scheme. All right, so I said update button colors for practice and tutorial. Otherwise, we're still kind of working on this one. Yeah, of the last things we kind of want to do before we... Well, we're still kind of finishing the logging stuff. Figure out a better way to do logging. So we that's where we kind of left off at the end of the stream on Tuesday, last Tuesday's stream. So again. It looks like we're dropping frames or something right now. Or we just did before. Oh, we are. Boy. All right. It's still dropping. Are we back now? Hello? Hello? All right. All right. Yeah, so it's like we catch up, we're fine, then we lose a bunch of frames, and then it all goes to pop. Anyway, I want to continue looking at this logging stuff because we're still kind of doing our main menu layout stuff, but the logging things on the server side, I wanna screw around with some more. So we were doing PM2, which we were messing around with PM2 on my desktop, which is really cool. The Node.js package PM2, which lets you like run your, oh, there we go. Lets you like run your Node.js app, and I'm not running it right now, but we can do that and see all the cool stats, and we can see all the logs and everything. But we're not going to screw around with that anymore right now. I think I just want to look more at the logs that we're actually generating server side, because this is the stuff that I want to keep track of. Kind of as people kind of play the game and whatever, and just kind of see all the different things that are happening. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break though. We're gonna be right back. There we go. Dropping a Durana BRB there for you. Don't go anywhere unless you want to. All right, we are back. Okay, so all right, again, I want to work on logging. And I've been logging like these indexes of the players, which is kind of stupid. It's kind of a dumb thing to do because it's not really. As soon as like another player leaves, it's like in the middle of the array of players. Like the index is changed because it's just the array index of the player. So that's something I want to fix. And Yellowberry in the chat the other day mentioned using like UUIDs. And I was kind of thinking, yeah, maybe that is what we would just want to use. I'm kind of thinking of that now. It might be worth just doing that. Every player that connects, we just set up a UUID, and it's just strictly for the, just would be strictly for the server to keep track of. Like the UUID wouldn't. It would just be. It would exist for that, you know, the play session basically, as long as that WebSocket is connected. And that's kind of my process for like. That's kind of my thought process for how I want to handle like the leaderboard stuff. Like as long as you're connected, you know, you might be on the leaderboards kind of thing. But if you disconnect, you're kind of out. I don't know. I haven't decided exactly how we'll do that. I mean, it's possible maybe we do like some sort of like token thing or something, and like you could have a, you know, like your token would last for like a little while, and then, you know, that way you could keep playing under that same name or something, or I don't know. I don't want to do usernames. I don't want to do like an actual user account system and everything. But, you know, I don't want to do logins and all of that garbage. But yeah, we'll come up with an interesting way, I guess, to keep track of all that once we actually get to it. But yeah, let's do. All right, so I think there's a few things on the server side that we're still logging that we don't want to log. At least as far as, where's my other browser? Oh, here it is. Okay. All right, let's make this smaller. There. Okay, refresh. All right, so if I make a mistake, yeah, we're still logging that on the server. Mistake, target is now 0. Don't really need to log all of that data right now. Basically, yeah, anytime I make a mistake, it's just throwing that log out there on the server. So let's go to our match code. Okay, so we've got a player made mistake. Okay, we've got a player made mistake function here, method. And I think I'm basically just going to comment out those console logs. Dist. What is dist used for? Oh, it's console or comment out this whole thing here. All right, so now, yeah, let's do a search for. I'm gonna go to console.log. All right, so I want to just look at every console log we've got. I don't want to look at client right now. We've got client, server. Okay. So we've got the bubble generating. Is that logging right now? Player popped a bubble generating. Oh, this might be in. Player popped a bubble and bubble generating. That must be, yeah, this is in our shared bubble mode. All right, so let's. Okay, so then let's see what else. We got all these are commented out. Main.js ASDF query. Oh, that was my test for crashing. I don't really need that anymore. Okay, so yeah, all of this, this is all other stuff that I might want to keep. Oh, that's in client. Okay, so all right, so all of these ones are the good ones that we want. If we see it says console log and it's a new date and then some message, that's what we want. Those are the ones we're actually going to be keeping track of on the server. Otherwise, everything else. And basically, it's just keeping track of players connecting, players requesting matches, stuff like that. Okay. WS connection is closed with code, close code. Okay. That was one thing I wanted to keep looking at because we were looking at WebSocket close codes. We were looking at those. And yeah, basically there's like some common ones in this 1,000 range. So it's always 1,000. They're uint 16s, all right. Okay, so you've got basically, if I do a refresh, if I do a refresh now, there we go. So player 0 WS connection is closed with code 1001. So player 0 WS connection is closed with code 1001. So close going away is that code. Client is leaving, browser tab's closing. All right, so that fires if there's a refresh, if you close a tab, whatever. So that's great. The one thing we saw, we were trying to get those pings to work, and we ended up, what did we end up doing? We were spending a bunch of time with that. We can close the main JS there. Oh, we were trying, that's right. We were testing out this, passing our own code with this WebSocket terminate, but that didn't seem to be doing anything. So if we so in this case here, we are setting up a set interval for a given player that connects. On message. Oh, no. We're setting up a set interval to ping all the connected players. And if a player fails to respond, then we... So we were testing that with my phone. So I want to do that a little more still. All right, sorry. We're still dropping more frames. We're still continuously dropping frames. Okay. So I connected with my phone, and all right, so now if I turn the Wi-Fi off on my phone, that's how we were doing the test. Then we should see this after we fail to ping the phone. There we go. So we see player 0 WS connection is closed with code 1006. Okay, so it's still using 1006. Badger, what's going on? Okay, so we know that this passing some number to WebSocket WS.terminate is not doing anything. So, oops. So we can just leave that as it is. And then, yeah, player 0 WS connection is closed. Okay, so otherwise we were seeing this message. Player 0 didn't pong and was disconnected. All right, so, but whenever we bumped this up, got way too many notifications on my phone here. Okay, so player index didn't pong, it was disconnected. Like, we weren't seeing this message. Somehow we were terminating the connection, but we weren't seeing this message. Like, if we made this 30 seconds. So if we made, where is the 4,000? So we should have like player ping time or something. Client ping interval, 5,000. Ping. Keep making those P sounds pop there. All right, so let's do 30,000. Wait, where was the 4,000? Where did I see 4,000 before? Oh, that was just that error, or that was that message code. Oops, application, yeah. Yeah, okay. All right, so I refreshed. I'm going to turn my Wi-Fi off, and now it's going to go away after 30 seconds. But we're going to have to sit here. We're going to have to just let it sit. And then we're going to wait. We're going to wait for that message to show up. And I think it should still show 1006. Yeah, but it doesn't show that termination thing. All right. GQIC, hi. What is going on? GQIC. I think I got that name right. What are you making, GQIC? That is a very good question. Very good question. Let's check it out. So I'm working on this. Thanks for hanging out, by the way, GQIC. Did I say that already? We're working on this crappy game called Populus. You can actually play it right now on populus.gg. I'll throw it down in the chat there. Oops, if I could type the right command there. I think I got it. So populus.gg, that's populus.gg. It's a website, the domain, whatever. So it's a game where you pop bubbles. So I'm here on the main page of the actual populus.gg site. Click play. And basically, you got to pop the bubbles in the order that they appear here. You're going to see how many you can pop in 30 seconds. You got a little timer that's ticking down. So you're always going to pop the bubble that matches the color in this position here. So the red first. So to pop the bubble, hover your mouse over that bubble and either left click or press the space bar. I prefer the space bar. And then you'll see there like the colors are sliding up on the side. And then you see how many you can get in 30 seconds. So then time runs out. You see how many bubbles you popped. You see the total time. You see the pops per second. And how many mistakes you made. And that's pretty much it. And I'm working on multiplayer right now. So where's that? Oh, here we go. So if we go over here, okay. So we were actually working on kind of making the main menu look a little better. I'm still not entirely happy with it, but we'll get something that looks nice. Because now we've got 3 buttons. Basically, the play button that's currently on populus.gg is now going to be the play one-on-one multiplayer game. So if I click play and click play, oop, I have to refresh this one, click play. Basically, the 2 people will play one-on-one. They're just racing. They're going to pop their own copies of the same exact bubbles. And then they're just going to see how many, see how many bubbles, whoever pops the most bubbles. And they're popping the same colors, sizes, and positions of bubbles, just kind of at their own rate, their own pace, if that makes sense. So like you can see, I kind of caught the 2 of them up here at that point. And then when you're done, you see like your stats and your opponent's stats. So in this case, I did this basically the same 8 pops for both players. You should make it like Type Racer that you can duel people. That's it. That's it, GQIC. That's it. It's dueling. So it's a one-on-one race. It's basically how it's working. So we're getting pretty close. I am not promising anything, but I'm thinking possibly maybe by next week. Now I've said it so many times today that it has to be true. Maybe by next week we'll have the multiplayer live. Maybe. No promises. But I stream on Mondays and Tuesdays for usually 6.5 to 8 hours. And yeah, I think between what we have left of today, which probably isn't going to be a ton of time, especially since I'm dropping so many frames on the stream, and this is just ridiculous, and I kind of want to take some time to figure out this problem. How do you do the server infrastructure for the multiplayer? Do you use Node.js? Yes, I do. Yes, I am using Node.js for the server. And basically everything in this is just vanilla JavaScript, nothing crazy. Even the Node.js. I'm not using any third-party packages or libraries at all, other than a package for you doing WebSockets, which is how I'm handling kind of the client-server communication for the multiplayer. So I can open up my package JSON here. And yeah, I've got this other package called RAN token that I was using a long time ago, but I'm not using that anymore. But otherwise, yeah, I'm just using WS, which is a WebSockets package for Node.js. Yeah, using that because Node.js doesn't have its own built-in WebSockets library. So, but yeah, infrastructure-wise, it is pretty much just it's very basic. Like, it's basically just I kind of keep like one WebSocket connection is a player, basically. Obviously, like that's one connection to the server. So like when you connect, when you go to the site and you connect, basically you become a player, and then if you decide to so like just going to the website, like, so if I've got my server log right down here, so if I refresh one of these browsers on my dev server, it'll say the date and then player 0 connected. So the player 0 is kind of not really important right now. That's kind of a dumb thing that I'm actually kind of looking at right now, seeing how I want to handle that. But basically it's whenever you like refresh, we actually connect to the server. But we're just kind of sitting here connected. We're not actually really doing anything beyond that. Unless I click the play button, then it says here, player 0 requested match. So now it knows that player that was connected is now actually requested to play a game, right? If I click X here, then it says waiting player 0 canceled the match, waiting for a match. So now I'm back at the main menu. Nothing's really happening in terms of the communication with the server. Just those certain, when I click play, I request a match, and then the server is keeping track. So when I did that, the server is keeping track of me as like a waiting player. So it's got me basically, which is basically just an object, a player object that I have on the server level here called waiting player. And then like if I refresh this other browser here, and then we see another player connected, and if I click play, it immediately matches them up, because as soon as the other player clicked play, it checked if there was already a waiting player or not. And if there was, which there was, this guy, then it joined them together in a match. And then from that point on, it's sending mouse data from both. Basically, when players move their mouse, it's sending the mouse data up to the server to kind of check. The server's just kind of making sure the players are playing the game, whatever. And it's sending like the scores back and forth to the other player, because obviously we've got kind of this live score keeping thing up on the top. Not really score keeping thing, but it shows your progress relative to your opponent's progress. That's what this little bar up at the top is. So like as I'm playing, the red dot is moving this way, meaning like I am moving ahead of my opponent. So my position is always the black. So the black dot. So as I'm playing, it's kind of a stupid thing. I don't know if I like the UI for that, whatever, but it's good enough for now. And then as this player's playing, then as I'm popping bubbles on this player, like you can see the red moving this way. So like if red's behind the black dot, that means I'm in the lead. If red's ahead of the black dot, that means my opponent is in the lead. So obviously, like we look on both players here, we see kind of the inverse thing happening, if that makes sense. But GQIC, I also want to make multiplayer games, but so far I haven't dipped my toes in it. Gotcha. I only know how to set up a VPS and host a website. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, and I mean, I'm just kind of messing around with it myself as far as multiplayer games go. You know, just trying to figure it out and see how it goes. And how do you stop bots from opening many tabs and flooding the queue? That's a good question. I mean, there's not really a queue, so that's kind of the one thing. I mean, we'll see about. I am doing a few things, like I am doing some like kind of rate limiting things for per connection. So like if one connection starts trying to send too many messages to the server, it will kill that connection automatically. Yeah, I mean, if somebody were to open a bunch of tabs, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that's always, you know, potentially a problem for any site. I mean, if I were to do, you know, could I do maybe like some IP-based checking against somebody doing something like that? Yes. So maybe at some point we would do that. Do some more, some more kind of rate limiting or checking things. I've also got some other checks, like if somebody sends some invalid data to the server, we disconnect them. Can you use reCAPTCHA? Well, that's actually kind of my plan for like the gameplay, to kind of prevent like some in-game bots from playing. Would basically be kind of like that, with kind of like a reCAPTCHA kind of thing. Because it'd basically be kind of the same thing. Is you know, CAPTCHAs kind of just use mouse input, or at least the V2 CAPTCHAs, where you just click the box or whatever. It kind of uses mouse input to kind of verify if you're like an actual human or not. So, man, we've dropped 60,000 frames now. We're up to 12% frames dropped. All right, I'm sorry. This has been outrageous, the amount of frames we've been dropping. But I'm gonna try to get that taken care of tonight, so that when we go to live tomorrow, we'll see if everything's fixed. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, with reCAPTCHA though, I mean, like what you were saying, GQIC, like if you're already allowing somebody to connect to the server, like you couldn't necessarily use like a reCAPTCHA, because like that's just the connection to the server. Like that's the, you know, the reCAPTCHA is kind of like the validation of if you want to continue with that person. I mean, you could, I guess, could have something like that where you could say, we're not even going to connect to the server if you don't first send some data that looks valid. That, you know, you could have something like that. Interesting project. Should also try to make an IO game. Actually, that's kind of, I mean, not in the nasty sense of IO game, but I'm trying to have what in the world's going on back there? You turned it on. I do want to have like some friendly bots that play. Because I feel like nobody's going to play this game, you know? That's just going to kind of be how it is. So it would be nice to have like some friendly bots that play, some actual good bots that play. Oh boy, we just disconnected. We straight up disconnected the stream. What is he doing?
He's hiding under the futon so I can't get him.
All right, the stream reconnected. All right, are we back? Oh my goodness. Kodako. Hello? All right, the stream reconnected. Hello? All right, I think I'm just trying to see if we're back kind of now. Yes, we are back. All right. Thanks, Kodako. All right, and now my whatever is like really delayed now. Ah, okay. Well, yeah. A long delay. Yeah, imagine. Very long delay on my message. Gotcha. Cactus Man. What's going on, Cactus Man? Yeah, okay, let me see how we're doing here on the stream manager real quick here. All right, so that's caught up now if I refreshed. But yeah, I imagine because we've already dropped almost another 2,000 frames since the stream reconnected. Cactus Man, just peeking in real quick though. How's it going? It's going. We're doing pretty well. I know you were in before. I think you probably saw a little bit of the rough main menu, whatever. So we kind of have I don't have colors and everything yet, but we've got the main menu kind of laid out how we want, I think, for now. This used to be my multiplayer button, the little O in Populus, but we got rid of that now. So we actually have a real actual play button that is the find a match. And then the practice button is for the single player, individual practice. And then tutorial button's kind of the same. But at least everything's kind of laid out a little better now. And I've been kind of working a little bit more on the server side stuff, kind of switched back to that. And yes, otherwise we've been having a lot of stream issues. Yeah. Pilipkins. Thanks for the follow, Pilipkins. I really appreciate it. I really do. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, again, I'm sorry for the awful stream quality. We've been dropping so many frames. I think it's disconnected and reconnected like 3 times now. I think it's an OBS problem because... Pretty sure it's an OBS problem because... 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, I think that was the 5th time now that the stream is disconnected, reconnected. Pretty sure it's an OBS problem because I was looking at Task Manager and I could see like my network traffic from my Ethernet adapter just like fine and dandy, like kind of bouncing up and down like in this beautiful, perfect wave of that matched my bit rate from OBS for the upload, right? And then you would just see the traffic just bottom at 0 in Task Manager. So it's like it's clear that it's not a network thing, because if it was a network thing, my computer would still think we're sending packets out, right? It's not like it's not an internet thing, I should say. Well, or my LAN either, right? Like, because we're still sending packets out. It's just dying. So I definitely think it is a software issue, a Streamlabs OBS issue. So, yeah. Hang on one sec here. All right. So, yeah, and then got a bunch of gifted subs from BN the Game, Cactus Man, so you missed that. Just a bajillion. I don't know, like 6 subs or something? Something nuts. So again, BN the Game, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Why are you okay. Yeah, so the one thing I wanted to do right now, in fact, Cactus Man, was that you talking about wrapping a, because we're literally going back to that thing that you were, I think it was you saying the other day, if you're still there, Cactus Man. We were talking about terminating the WebSocket connection. You're like, oh, you should probably wrap it in a function. And now I'm thinking of actually doing that because I really am having this weird thing where I can't tell. I can't tell exactly what's going on. I can't. I have this weird, really weird issue where I'm pinging the players, pinging all the players that connect. And then if a player doesn't ping within the specified interval, then we terminate the WebSocket connection. And basically, like, it's clear that it's working. Like, so once I hit a certain ping interval, once I say like 30 seconds, like if you don't ping back within 30 seconds, pong within 30 seconds, I'll terminate you, right? And if I do it, let's say I do it within 5 seconds, then I see this console log. But if I do it in 30 seconds, I don't see the console log, but the connection still terminates. So I'm kind of like confused as to how this is, as to what's actually happening. Like, in fact, before we do this, all right, let's just test it straight. Let's try 20 seconds actually. So we're going to try a 20-second ping interval and see what happens. Cuz 30 is just a little long. So we're going to I don't care about that. All right, so we just the way we're simulating this is with my phone. Sorry, kicking the mic stand. I'm simulating this with my phone, simulating like a loss of network connection. So again, the browser, the WebSocket object and everything is really nice for automatically closing the web, initiating the close on the connection. So like if you close the tab or close the window or refresh the tab, it does the connection close for you. All right. But from the client side, it initiates the close of the connection, which is great. But, you know, if you lose network or whatever, that is not, you know, if the network goes out between the two endpoints, they don't know that either one of them are disconnected, right? So the client, the browser doesn't know to be able to close the WebSocket, or, you know, it's already lost network at that point, so it can't do anything. So what I'm doing to simulate that is just turning off the Wi-Fi on my phone, just connecting with my phone, then turning off the Wi-Fi, and then that lets me test that issue pretty well. Okay, so I just refreshed my phone connected, so we're seeing player 0 connected. So now let's turn off Wi-Fi on my phone. And then basically we just wait for that 20-second interval. You know, because I'd like to do like the 30-second interval and see what happens here. Badger, absolute gamer. Nice. That's you, Badger? You're the absolute gamer? Sorry, Badger. I just never know how to respond with half the time with what you say in the chat. Appreciate you hanging out in the chat, nonetheless, but I feel like I need more context. Maybe I'm too old. Maybe that's the problem. All right, player. Yeah, okay, so here we go. Okay, so we got player 0 WS connection is closed with code 1006. So that's beautiful. Wait a minute. Oh, we didn't save this file. But we should have saw this log that said player didn't pong and was disconnected. So if we change this interval, client ping interval, to 5 seconds, let's change it to 5 seconds. Let's save this file. All right, so then let's reconnect with our browser on our phone. So I'm going to refresh. There we go. Player 0 connected. So now I'm turning off Wi-Fi. And then really quickly here, we should see that log message, console log. There we go. So we got 2 logs. We got player 0 didn't pong and was disconnected. That's exactly what I wanted. This log here. That's this line here. And then we got the player 0 WS connection is closed with code 1006. And that the reason why we're getting that second log is I have a WebSocket.onClose method that's just logging every WebSocket close event. So that's great. All right, so all right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create this new function called WS terminate. And wherever we call terminate the terminate function on, in fact, let's just go here and type it, terminate. We're calling it in, this is a comment, otherwise we're calling it in 3 places. This.ws.terminate. Or we're, ooh, hang on. Oh, that's the rate limit thing. Ah, man. All right, well, let's just leave that for right now. All right, so we're going to pass player. We're going to say CLG blah. And we're going to say player.ws.terminate. And then instead of this, we're going to, okay, so if that's commented out, and then we do, okay, we've refreshed. If I refresh my client, we reconnect. If I turn off the Wi-Fi, nothing will happen. What? Oh, you know what might be happening? I wonder if player 0 WS connection is closed with 1006. Why is it so hard to figure this? All right, I'm just going to comment this thing out. We're going to do, there we go. We've connected. I'm going to turn the Wi-Fi off. We're going to see what happens here. There must be something that's like going through and cleaning up. If we set player.ws.isAlive to false, that gets set to false, and then it never gets set to true. I turned my Wi-Fi off, right? All right, I want to look at Badger. Is it time? We are almost there. I was thinking perhaps by next week we would be live with the multiplayer. No promises. No promises. But I think we're getting pretty close. I know I've been saying that for the last 3 weeks, but I don't know about the last 3 weeks, but last couple weeks we've been saying that. All right, so now I'm really confused here. I guess, now where is player. Did my mouse just die? What? I guess it. There we go. Whoa. My screen flickered out there for a second. We probably dropped a bunch more frames. All right, so where is player.isAlive getting set to true? Oh, on Pong, it sets WebSocket.isAlive. Okay. Sets it initially there, sets it on Pong. So maybe there's something where stuff gets automatically cleaned up. All right, we need to look at the WebSocket documentation here real quick. I want to do that. The WebSocket package documentation. Okay, where is... Where is the full documentation here? Okay, there we go. There we go. All right, so I want to look at class WebSocket. Yeah, isAlive. Where's isAlive? WebSocket dot isAlive. That's the server. That's the WebSocket. Now, why? Server dot. Okay, so WS dot. Yeah, isAlive isn't a thing. Oh, isAlive must just be like they're just adding that in. So let's see if that's... So isAlive is not in the documentation at all. Verify client is not set, then handshake is automatically accepted. Address, protocols, options. New WebSocket. Well, we haven't been doing new WebSocket. Event Pong. Data buffer. Emitted when a Pong event is received from the server. Ping. Emitted when a ping is received from the server. All right. All right, so let's test out our little function here real quick. So instead of, or we're going to do this. This is crazy, because now I don't really know what to understand what's going on here, because if I go to, all right, so I got my phone set up. So like, even though still says no internet, come on. Come on. There we go. Okay. Whoops. All right. So I just closed okay. So we're connected on the phone. If I turn off the Wi-Fi, it'll disconnect us with a 1006. It'll just say player 0 WS connection is closed. There it is. Like, so I didn't close the connection that time. So I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand what's going on. Something else is closing that connection. And I guess we're dropping more frames as it goes. All right. Probably just going to end the stream because this is kind of outrageous, all the frames we're dropping. But maybe we'll just finish it out. Maybe I'll just go for another 20 minutes or something here. All right. So, because I kind of want to just troubleshoot what's going on with these, with the stream, so that tomorrow we can have maybe a nice stream. Yeah, we're dropping more frames. Come on. Hello? All right, that's old. Seems like it's keeping up here. All right, this is ridiculous. Okay, well, I'm just going to kill the stream because the drop frames thing just keeps happening. It's kind of insane. All right, so I don't even know if we're... I assume people are getting this. We're just getting these crazy buffered amounts of frames, but all right, this is ridiculous. Well, actually Twitch seems okay, but I'm getting a little frustrated with this. So I think we're gonna just close the stream somewhat abruptly here. I got to figure out what's going on with our dropped frames issue. And I'd like to continue. Kodako, that sucks, man. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. I think we'll figure it out. I don't think it's anything too crazy. I mean, I definitely narrowed down what I think it is. So I'm pretty sure it's something with Streamlabs, so OBS. So yeah, I mean, the counter just keeps ticking up of drop frames. So, and I think I was thinking of closing the stream off anyway before too long today. Maybe a little earlier than usual. We got some good stuff done today. Obviously, there was a lot of distraction with the stream cutting out and everything, but we got the main menu layout kind of figured out, I think, more or less, and that's pretty good. It's kind of a pain to deal with that, but we got it figured out, I think. And there's still colors and stuff that need to be determined, but yeah, we'll get to it. So yeah, thanks everybody for watching. Really appreciate it. Hopefully tomorrow we'll be smooth sailing, no more drop frames. We'll see if we can get it figured out. Kodako, thanks for your help with that. You pointed me to the inspector.twitch.tv, so we'll check that out. And yeah, we'll see what's going on here. But anyway, we'll be back here tomorrow. Hopefully, we will be able to plow through some of these last things that we have to do. Yeah, we'll be going live with multiplayer. Hopefully, before we know it. So, thanks, Kodako. Thanks for the good luck. Appreciate it. We'll catch you later. Yeah, and I don't know what's up with the viewers. It's probably all screwed up because whatever. So we won't do a raid or anything. But yeah. So hey, Kodako, you should probably get some rest. You know, it's getting pretty late where you are. I bet. All right, so I'm out for now. We'll be here tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. That is UTC -6, GMT -6. So we'll be back here tomorrow, and we'll do it all over again. So thank you, everyone, very much. Thanks again, Be in the Game, for all the subs and everything, and Canhorn for also throwing out a gifted sub. That's crazy. I don't deserve any of that. You guys are awesome. We'll see you in the next one. Adios.